familiar faces. We've met and we've had at least meet and greet. Yes, today we want to talk about Mozilla Common Voice. A lot of us are very familiar with Wikimedia Commons, but today we are talking about something different. Let me just take you through a memory lane. If you look at the era of AI has come to give us a lot of large language models that support already popular languages. In Africa alone, we have over 2,000 languages. And it's unfortunate to mention that less than 1% of these languages are represented in this current AI world. Also, if you look at globally, we have over 7,000 languages. How many of these languages have been recorded? If not for English, for French, for Portuguese, just mention the most bigger languages. What happens to the rest of the voices? So Mozilla Common Voice is a platform that will allow us to be able to document different voice and accents of all languages. I know I'm going to be speaking in English, but if you need French interpretation, feel free to grab this. I have my colleague online, Sadiq. Sadiq, could you say hi? Sadiq, could you say hi to the room?
Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Thank you. Yeah. So Sadiq Shahadu is the executive director of the Dagbani Wikimedia User Group, and he has done a lot of work when it comes to also Mozilla Common Voice in introducing a lot of African languages, including Dagbani, to the Mozilla Common Voice. So to present today, we'll do that together. Unfortunately, because of technological challenges, I am not able to project from here. So there are times he will share his screen just so that we bridge that technological gap because of VGA and HDMI cable incompatibility. All right, so we go back to the slide. All right, so Mozilla Common Voice is a crowdsourcing project that collects diverse voice data to improve speech recognition for African languages. So a lot of us would want to build text-to-speech recognitions for our languages, and the only way we could do that is to build voice data set, and Mozilla Common Voice provides us that platform. Mozilla Common Voice is a project by the Mozilla Foundation, just like we have Wikimedia Commons by the Wikimedia Foundation. So for today, we'll look at general overview of what Mozilla Common Voice is. We'll look at, we'll again look at why it matters to record our voices. Again, we look at how to donate or validate and also grow our voice data set on Mozilla Common Voice. Then we look at the current challenges that exist, especially with different accents on Mozilla Common Voice and how to navigate our way around that. Then finally, we'll end with a hands-on session where all of us will get to add our language if it doesn't exist yet on Mozilla Common Voice, and we'll learn how to even begin to validate and also donate our voices. Then we'll end with Q&A. If you have questions, we are ready to help with answers so that we move on. Now, what is Mozilla Common Voice? I'll let my colleague take it from here. Hi, Sadiq.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. So Mozilla Common Voice, right. Thank you so much for the introduction, Shito. My name is Sadiq Shahadu. I'm joining from Tamale, Ghana. It's so lovely to connect with all of you at Wikimania in Paris. So Mozilla Common Voice, as most of us may already be aware, is a crowdsourced platform that collects data, voice and text samples, corpus. It has so many other resources that I will not be talking about right now, but there's something very exciting like the spontaneous speech. And then we have where you can do a lot of like translation, localizing the interface, which is another platform that connects to Common Voice, that is Pontoon, and we'll be talking briefly about all of these.
I'm sure it's network.
Alex has like a large set of data sets, that is Wikipedia articles. For Common Voice, it helps, it's a collection of sample voice recordings and text corpus that enables users to create applications and tools that support speech and text translation in the open movement. And this is very necessary because, as Shitobu mentioned, we are in the era of AI where we need a lot of data set in terms of natural language processing, how we can train artificial intelligence to understand our languages and to be able to perform simple tasks and also help us document our culture and also like, build tools that support learning for academic and educational purposes. That's basically what I can say about Common Voice, but we will go deeper into exactly what the Common Voice platform is.
All right.
And this is already available in hundreds of languages. There are a lot of languages, as all of us we know, and beyond that, there are other languages that are coming up, and we'll take you through the simple process of adding your language to the Common Voice platform. So the next thing is, how does it work? Yeah. If you look at Common Voice, it's a very simple platform. It's a web-based platform, even though we are trying to create other third-party applications through the Mozilla public API to allow users to contribute using their mobile phone. We'll talk briefly about that later. But they currently have a web-based platform that is very easily accessible for everyone from anywhere. You just need to go to the platform, create an account, and then you can start contributing. You pick the language that you are interested in contributing to, and then you can easily donate your voice. You can also see sample voices that are curated by other volunteers. You can validate them, and then together we can make the platform better.
All right.
So how do you add your language?
So before
to add your language, I don't know if
Hi, Sadiq.
Yes, Shitobu.
Yes, so before we look at how to add language, let's look at the interface for Mozilla Common Voice, and then we look at the features of the platform, and everybody can get there before we look at how to add the language. So if you have your computer on, please, let's get started, or your phone.
Yes. So also, should I share my screen from here?
Yes, you can share your screen. Unfortunately, right, I cannot do that here.
All right, perfect. All right, so if you are and if you are complete to Common Voice, this is probably once you just log out and then log in. But technically, this is how the platform looks like once you are able to log in. So you go to commonvoice.mozilla.org, and it takes you directly to this page. Once you log in, just like Wikipedia, most of these are already familiar with most of us. We understand some of these features a lot. You go to your account, just like Wikipedia, you see your dashboard, you see your profile, you can go to settings to customize your profile. And the most important features that because we are going to have like a hands-on session, I will not spend so much time on this page, but just the most important things that you need to know when you are just joining us on this particular presentation. So first, there's a feature called Speak. And with Speak, it allows you to be able to read out sentences. You can answer questions if you are using the spontaneous speech feature. Currently, we are not using that for Dagbani, but generally, with English, you can add spontaneous speech. Speech means, or to add speech means you are adding recordings, like reading out sentences, scripted sentences that are already collected. So the first thing you need to do is to add sentences, upload batch data of corpus, or just write them sentence by sentence. And then once it is uploaded, there are 3 layers. The first layer is for other people to review it and verify that these sentences are correct and accurate. And they will be made available for people to record. And how do you add, before you even get to speak, you need to first go to write. As I said, adding sentences is simple and very easy to do. You just go to add sentences. Once you click here, it takes you to this page where you can type simple sentences. So you can submit like single sentence or maybe do a batch upload. And the most important thing you need to know is these features. There should be no copyright. The sentences should be fewer than 15 words per sentence. Use correct grammar, use spellings, like the correct punctuation and spellings. There shouldn't be numbers and special characters. There shouldn't be foreign letters in the language. When I say foreign letters, a letter can be foreign, but when it comes to other languages, it's still acceptable. You should also include appropriate citation when you are taking data from other sources. So how to add sentences, you should write the sentence in a very simple, plain language, like
Sadiq, we've lost you. Okay, just continue from where he has stopped.
And then there's a domain. You have to categorize the sentences if it's coming from maybe in the domain of agriculture and food, automobile, finance, transport, and stuff like that. You just pick the category. Now, I mentioned that when you write or add sentences, you have to also review the sentences, right? So this is where you do the review. Then listen is when people have already submitted recordings. You can listen and validate the sample recordings.
Okay, network issues in Africa. Okay, so at the listen,
that's it about the interface for Common Voice.
Okay, so I will take it from here also. Now that we have looked at the features of the homepage, we have the speak, the listen, the write, the review. Then, okay, I think he wanted to talk about the listen. So at this point, you just click on the play button, and then you can listen to it. You need to scroll down a little. So at the listening
so I just didn't want us to spend a lot of time, but this is how it works. I'll just do one demo for listen.
Yeah. So because of he can
because
hear
of
it from
time.
his end, but we cannot hear it because maybe he has not shared me the audio. So once you listen and then you are able to hear what is being said. Now, sometimes you don't have to reject an audio just because it's not in your own accent, because we have different accents. The goal of Mozilla Common Voice is to accumulate as many accents as possible. The English that is spoken in India, in Africa, in Nigeria, in Ghana, across the globe are all different. But at the end of the day, it conveys the same message. So we want to accumulate different accents so that we'll be able to use that data set in training more text-to-speech recognition models. Okay? Go on, Sadiq.
All right. So also with Speak, what you need to do is just hop over to this page, and then you see the writing sample. They hang a bamboo full of water over the grave. They hang a bamboo full of water over the grave. You listen, you read it carefully, and then just tap the microphone, and you'll be able to record. Each page allows you to record at least 5 samples. So you'll be able to record 1, 2, 3, and then you submit it. As simple as that. Then review also, as I said, there are 2 levels. You can review recordings. You can as well review texts that are already uploaded on Common Voice. So this clearly is a text sample, and you can see that this is not English. I would say no, or maybe just skip. This is still Arabic. I'm currently on the English page, so this is clearly not English. Then I just keep skipping until I find the English one. If the writing is correct or the sentence is rightly written, you just click on maybe yes, and then that's it. So as I said, I will not want to dwell so much on this. Maybe, Shito, would you want us to move to the pontoon where we do the localization?
Yes, so for you to be able to see the interface in your own language, you need to translate the interface. In the Wikimedia ecosystem, we use Translate Wiki. In Mozilla Common Voice, we use Pontoon. So this is just is the opposite of, or is an exact replica of Translate Wiki. So you can go to the Pontoon. To get to Pontoon, please type pontoon.mozilla.org.
Okay, so thank you, Shitobu. With Pontoon, as Shitobu mentioned, is where this is the platform where you translate on Translate Wiki, we will see the most useful messages or important messages or strings, if you like. This is where you do all the translation. So you can choose to do the Common Voice translation itself or the terminologies. And here you need a separate account. So the platform is different from the Common Voice. So you go to pontoon.org, pontoon.mozilla.org, and then you just, if your language is added. So first of all, we'll talk about the addition of language, like if you're adding a new language. But once this is done, this is where it takes you to both the Common Voice platform and also the Pontoon. If your language is added, right now, Dagbani is already added, and you can see we've done over 87% of translations. Just a few more to hit the 100% translation. You can see people who are currently contributing to the platform. Here we have 3 platform managers, myself, Jen Shitobu on site, and then Musa. And then we have several translators from largely from the Daban community, but anybody can, create a, just.
Okay, so you are currently frozen, but once you are back,
let's look at how to add a language. Yeah, so adding a language, Shitobu, I will just stop this screen and then I will open the. Okay, so to add your language, you have to go to GitHub and open an issue. So I'll share my screen back.
Maybe they can everyone see my... They can put on the slide, there's a QR code where participants can just scan the QR code and they get to the same page, yeah.
Yes, so would you want to display the QR code?
Yes.
I can also present from here if you want. Yes, perfect.
It's here. So please scan this QR code and then you can get to a place where you request for your language to be added to Mozilla Common Voice. All right. You will all have it?
Okay. Before can I proceed?
Yeah, before you request, you need to check to make sure your language exists or doesn't exist. So, Sadiq, you might want to go back to Pontoon so that we look at where to find languages.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that if someone already have their language added, then they don't have to request a new one. Good.
Yeah, so this allows me to, if you know your language code, you will just like put the language code here. Maybe English, or let's say TW. Yeah, so you can just search pontoon.mozilla.org/ your language, and you should be able to see whether your language is already added on Pontoon. So you can just check that quickly to see if your language is already there before we go to add a new language.
Yeah. So once you search your language and it doesn't show, it means at the moment, Mozilla Common Voice doesn't support your language. So for example,
Yeah, this language, Dagari, is currently not added.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So in that case, we can request for Dagari. So you might now want to go to the
yes.
request screen.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So here you can make a lot of requests since it's GitHub. You can make a request to add accent or variants. You can submit a bug report. You can submit a documentation request. You can request a new feature. And this is where we are looking at adding a new language to scripted speech. So this is, if you are going to add your language, you are probably going to be here. Add a language to scripted speech. And if you want to add spontaneous speech, scripted speech is different from spontaneous speech, but the primary place you would be interested in first is the scripted speech, where you can upload sentences, recordings, and also validate. Somebody would ask, can I also upload sentences that I've already recorded somewhere? Yes, there's a way to do that.
Yeah, for example, if you have some sentences on Lingua Libra that you want to get onto Mozilla Common Voice,
and that goes directly to the community, and then the admin would, the administrators of Common Voice platform will review to see that the data is public, is in the public domain, and also there's no any copyright issues. And once it is approved, it goes to a platform called Data Collective. So I will share a link of Data Collective also, where you can see all the number of hours of recorded voice sentences in different languages. So to add your language, you just go to this place and click on Add. And this brings you to this page for localization request. So here, you are practically trying to create a new, these are comments. So if I'm adding a new language, for example, I'll just come here and then I have my text somewhere. If I want to add Dagari, or let's say Wali language, I take my text and then I put the name of the language here. The language code, I put my language code. Wali language code. Then the language size. This talks about the number of active speakers of this language in the world. How many people speak this language? Approximately how many people? So you would have to be very sure of how many people speak the language. I'd say less than.
You can find that data from Wikipedia or
possibly, yes. We can get this data from Wikipedia. Yes, sure. So I would say and then you have to translate this common terms. How would you say 1 rock or 0 rock, 1 rock, 2 rocks, 3 rocks? How do you say that in your language? So these are just sample translation to ensure that you understand what you are doing. Sometimes it could be like stones. So in this context, I would say,
okay, so maybe because of time, you could just rush this through.
Yes. So this is basically what I was looking at. And then I will try to paste it here. Yes. So I hope everyone is seeing the concept. Like this is practically a simple process of adding your language to Common Voice. This is the request. And if your language is not there, you can just follow along to get this added. So I would not spend so much time on this since we have other.
Yeah, so once you are
Okay.
done with all of these things, then you see the create at the bottom, then you can submit your request and your language will be added to
Yeah.
Mozilla Common Voice. So
Yeah, simple.
yeah, so we can now go back to Pontoon where we look at how to translate on Pontoon. So just like on Translate Wiki, when you're translating, you don't delete or eliminate special characters you find in the syntax. The same way on Pontoon when you're translating the interface or the gadgets on the interface, you don't delete special symbols like percentage and other signs. So let me know when you're done. You can click on create and we can go back to Pontoon just to show how the translation is done.
Yeah.
Okay, please go to the Pontoon tab.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. So Pontoon, you would see other translators outside of your language. So let me see. I think I would rather use Tabani since we've. Okay. Yeah. So these are the strings. Now, if you are going to translate, you see a pane here on the left side and then a text page where you can practically like write whatever translation you see, just like Translate Wiki, as I said. So this one, I mean, this already has translations. So mostly you would see, then if you are
A reviewer.
a Pontoon manager, you can practically approve translations that are made by volunteers. So I've just, here we are translating name. These are already translated and you just review and then verify the translations are correct. And here you can see all the messages that are popping up as you continue to translate. So everything you see here are the sample translations that people have made. Message, name, required, your message has been sent. It's just like, as we said, Translate Wiki, the most important messages you see on Common Voice.
Yeah.
This is the place that you need a translation. Yeah.
Another thing we need to take note of is comments. At the right-hand side of your screen, you see comments.
Yeah.
Assuming you want to, someone has done some translation and you would like to comment on that, maybe the person got it from another context. For example, if we take the term media and you want to translate media, I know in most African languages it's quite difficult to translate media. Is it media as in like media file, a video file, a picture or something? Is it media as in traditional media like radio or television? Is it media as in social media? So you can use the comment section to start some conversation around a particular term so that you come to a common term that works for your language. So I just wanted to mention the comments part. So you see that he has just added one comment and you can keep adding more comments. And finally, when you finally agree on what works for your language, then you can use that as the main translation. Of course, when we are translating languages from one to another, there are times we have individual differences in how we want to name terms. So what you translate would confuse another person, then he comes to change it. So you go back and forth almost forever and you never get to the same point. You can use the comment section to end that conflict or to come to a common term, and then you can always go on. Could you go down to a place where we find special characters?
Yeah. So I will scroll down here.
Yes. So you see that? Okay, maybe you can click at the top where we have all projects, then we switch to another. Yeah. Okay, so a place where we have special characters. Maybe missing.
Yeah, just searching for the complex translations. Yeah, so those of us who have used
Translate Wiki.
Translate Wiki, you would see the special characters that she's always talking about. Those are supposed to be retained as as you do the translation, in the sense that it appears in the exact manner that it is supposed to be in your language as it is in English. So I'm just looking for one sample that would.
Yeah. So if you are comfortable with programming, you realize that we have placeholders, we have variables. So yeah, usually when you're translating placeholders and variables and all of that, you just maintain them. You don't translate them. You keep them as they are because they are going to be used in other places. For example, if we have X is Y, where you are only supposed to translate is and leave the X and Y, it's good you maintain that in the translated text. If not, you would have broken the translation chain along the line. Any question up to this point? Do we have any question up to this point? All right, so Sadiq, we can go to Mozilla Common Voice again. Now that we have added our language and then, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Common Voice in Dagbani. I would just switch to English.
Yeah.
So here I can simply add the code.
All right, so if you open Mozilla Common Voice, this is the interface you get the first time. Then you can come to write, listen, or speak. So let's start with the listen. So at the listen stage, you validate audios. These are, at this point, you are listening to audios that are already recorded by other contributors or volunteers. And then, like we mentioned, make sure you assent to all recordings that do not really resonate with your accent, because we want to have so many accents. I don't know if you can play this. We can hear that in the room.
Yeah, you can hear, right? Can you hear the sound?
You've not shared this tab? You have to stop sharing and reshare so that you share with audio.
Okay.
Share, then you share with audio.
I don't see the audio option, but let's see. Does this work?
Sharing entire screen, but asking to share the tab only.
Okay, that you should share this tab only.
It doesn't work.
Not your entire screen. Yes, it still doesn't work.
Okay, but I think we can move to the public API application that we have developed, and then here, maybe if they have questions about listening and submitting reviews, also if they want to add sentences, the speech, maybe they can just log in. We'll allow some few minutes for.
Okay, let's create our account. If you don't have one, you can feel free to log in with your Google account or any other social media account you want to log in with. If you also want to use the same username as your Wikimedia username, that's totally fine. Okay.
Hello, Sadiq. This is Suyash, almost 4 years contributor or Commons Voice for Hindi language. So sometimes there is a doubt because, especially in the listening mode where we listen the sound which has lots of background noise. But yeah, the text is clear. What you say, like the characters or whatever the is speaking is correct. Whether we should validate that also or we should ignore it, like voices with background noise.
Yes. So this is very, very important. Thank you so much for adding this. I've always said it. With voice data, you should very much be aware of your surrounding. You should be very careful with the background noise, because at the end of the day, when you record and maybe your recording is correct, the text is correct, and there's a little background noise, it picks it as sort of like an addition to the data that you are collecting. So if, for example, you are recording this particular sentence, and then at the end of the day, there's a cough or maybe a horn blew through the speaker, it just adds it to like the text, and you see that it doesn't correspond directly to the text that you collected. So it's just like at the end of the recording, there's a cough or maybe something else, like some noise from the background. That doesn't work very well with NLP. Like once you have such kind of data collected, it will not be more useful as you wanted it. So it is very, very important. I say it, and thanks again for bringing this. I always say, try to be in a less noisy place. Try to make sure, even the beginning of the recording and the ending, do not spend so much like time delay. Like you recording, you are recording and then you delay for like a few seconds. It takes like an empty recording, and then the voice continues. Or maybe at the time that you ended the recording, there's still like some seconds of like empty recording. It doesn't work very well. So collecting voice data centers is very, very tricky. You have to be very mindful of the surrounding, the background noise, and make sure you have very less background. Some people prefer to sit in studios with microphones and proper gadgets. Others uses their mobile phone, which is still useful, but just be sure that there's no background noise. Very, very important. As I'm speaking now, you can hear there's like a lot of background noise around me. I'm so sorry about that, but this cannot be added to the recording. Once you see this kind of noise, you should try to delete them or not submit them at all. So this is very important. Thanks for adding that. And then with regards to the text also, when you are collecting the text, we mentioned about maintaining proper punctuation and, the grammar. It is very important. The typing error should also be looked at. Do not type wrong sentences like words, and then you record correct voice recording. It has to be, they should correspond with each other. And if there's like an exclamation mark, so you are recording, and then inside the text, there's supposed to be like an exclamation mark. You should observe that also in the recording, right? Do not ignore the exclamation mark or comma or question mark when it is in the text. So just make sure it aligns with the corresponding recording. Yeah, that's just other features that I'll share. And you can see more of these in the guidelines. If you open the guidelines, you can see more of this information about how you can properly record. So very, very important. I would say it again. Do not record when there's noise. It's very important. You can go to the contributor guidelines and then see more about these.
Okay, so because a lot
And Chito, how many minutes do we have? Do we still have more questions?
of yes, we have two.
Okay.
So before we close, because a lot of us contribute with mobile phones, we created a mobile app that would allow you to easily record.
Yeah, this is maybe a common challenge in India because there are some words. Let's say I'm speaking in Hindi. My name is Suyash, sh, right? But there are people who cannot pronounce sh even in the Hindi language. They pronounce it as a sa, Suyas, which is incorrect. So whether we should validate only standard, like whatever the standard pronunciation, the let's say in Hindi, sh, or we should ignore it. Like, the people who contribute, they also have some words they cannot pronounce correctly. So yeah.
Okay, do you want me to answer this?
Yes, sure, Chito.
Yes, so I would say yes, let's validate it because we want to have different and variety of data sets. Just like the person speaking to you in person and you are able to understand, even though the person is not able to pronounce it well. For example, when I want to call your name, I say Suyash. Meanwhile, it's Suyasa, Suyasha, right? But I will say Suyash and you still respond. That is because you understand that I'm referring to you. So if the accent is a bit different from what we already know, let's still accept it so long as it adds up to the meaning so that we have a variety of data sets. Please say.
Hi, I'm Marianit from Kosovo. We have done some work with this, with the Albanian language.
Okay.
And I have a few questions actually, and you may address them briefly. Well, first, a comment that the project is global, so it's not just Africa. Any language can join, really. I was wondering where you're getting the texts, because that it seemed like more helpful to have the text ready for the contributors. If you have a good methodology to do that, how are you getting contributors? How are you promoting this? And then, do you have any idea about performance of this methodology? Because I heard some with training, yeah. Because I heard some words that might not be performing as well as some of the newer methodologies that like big corporations use. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So I will just say one thing, then Sadiq, you answer and continue. So yes, Mozilla Common Voice is for all languages, but we have stemmed this from the fact that out of the 2,000 languages spoken in Africa, very little to nothing is currently in the ecosystem in terms of AI. That's why we had named our session with focus on African languages, but it's a global project. On how to add text, you need to create what we call data sets, or you can use the right feature on the Mozilla Common Voice, but that is quite slow because with that feature, you only add one sentence at a time, but you can create like a whole data set on an Excel sheet or a Google sheet, and then you can upload this directly on Mozilla Common Voice.
Where are you getting this text? I'm wondering where you're getting this text so that you make it easier and faster.
Yes, so you can get this text from your community. So for Dagbane, for example, we created our own data set, and majority of the sentences we got were from the community members. We had created like a Google sheet where we added participants on that, and then we gave words. For example, cap. If I give the word maybe cap, make 10 sentences out of the word cap. Then another person makes more sentences with different words. At the end of the day, we have a huge corpus of data sets that we can upload. Again, also, we got some text from the Dagbani translation for the Holy Quran and also the Bible. And we also got some text from Wikipedia, even though it was modified because of the license issues. Yeah, so anywhere you can find some data or text of your language, you can fine-tune that and then upload it on Mozilla Common Voice. I don't know if this answers your question.
It does.
Sadiq, would you want to add something?
maybe go to the next.
Yeah, yeah, I think you've answered it. With the community, we rely heavily on the community contribution. We allow, like he mentioned, and then why we are focusing on like centering this presentation on African language is just the fact that we have done that with the Dagbani language, and to make it very easier for us to present so that we can practically demonstrate what we've done through Common Voice with the community. But as you mentioned, Common Voice is available in many languages already, and any language from anywhere can have a community, or they can contribute to Common Voice. Yeah, so thank you for highlighting that. But yeah, this is just to help the African languages that are less represented, as Shitobu mentioned, to also be aware, create more awareness about this project in Africa so that we can have more African languages added. But we are happy to have worked with Khmer language in Cambodia. I've helped them develop the platform, and they are translating, and they've also gotten approval to be contributing directly to Common Voice. So yeah, we are very happy to support every language. If you need any assistance with your community, no matter where you are, just reach out to me. I'm also a Mozilla community facilitator, just like Shitobu. Shitobu is also a community facilitator. So we help communities to translate and guide them through the technical contribution.
Okay, he has a rebuttal. Yeah.
And
no, actually, if you could go on to the other questions, if you still remember them, like how you're getting users, contributors. I'm sorry.
Okay, so for us, we got our contributors from the Dagbani Wikimedians. We already have a community around Dagbani Wikimedians. So for us to be able to just transition to Mozilla Common Voice, then we pitched the idea to the Wikimedians, and most of them bought into that. And largely, our general contributors come from schools. So we target colleges and universities where they study the Dagbani language, and this is where we recruit a lot of volunteers.
And do you know anything about performance with training, like after the?
Yes. So currently, with the data sets we have uploaded and recorded, some of it is largely used in a newly created dictionary. There's a dictionary created on Wikidata Lexims where they now pick audio recordings directly from Mozilla Common Voice. Again, also the Kaya app that translates English to Dagbani and other African languages now is able to use the data we have collected on Mozilla Common Voice to train for text-to-speech recognition in Dagbani.
Ok, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Je vais parler en français.
yeah,
Is possible?
Who would translate for us, please? Okay.
So just to add to that, like the whole concept of this project is not just to collect data. We have practically already demonstrated how we can use data on Common Voice for different projects. So for text-to-speech projects, we've done that. We got a grant from Mozilla Foundation to build a model. And
hello, Sadiq.
Yeah. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, one of our volunteers have a question, but he will speak in French.
Okay.
So I have I'll get the translation for you. Okay, please go ahead.
Ok. Vraiment, félicitations pour le travail. Moi, je suis wikimédien ivoirien. On travaille sur le projet incubateur Baouli. Alors, il faut dire qu'il y a plusieurs projets qui sont en rapport avec les langues. Il y a Wiktionnaire, il y a Incubateur Baouli, bon, Incubateur. Et aujourd'hui, on parle de Mozilla Voice, toujours un projet de langue. Alors, pourquoi il y a plusieurs projets différents pour la même cause? Ça, c'est la première question. Et l'autre chose, avec Incubateur Baouli, on traduit les articles Wikipédia en français en baoulé. Mais nous ne sommes pas tous on n'a pas tous la maîtrise de la langue baoulé, mais c'est un projet qu'on veut faire vivre. Donc, on essaie d'utiliser la traduction Google pour nous aider à traduire les articles Wikipédia français en baoulé et on fait les mises à jour. Mais c'est vraiment pas facile. C'est difficile d'avoir les linguistes pour travailler avec nous. Donc, avec ce nouveau projet, est-ce que ça sera plus facile ou alors est-ce qu'il y a un tutoriel pour maîtriser le projet? Merci.
Yeah, thank you so much. So Sadiq, his question is that they are contributing to Baoli Incubator at the moment, but there seem to be a lot of projects. And we have Incubator, we have Wikipedia, we have Wikidata, now Mozilla Common Voice. And their communities are starting up, and they want to still maintain the incubator. He has ended by asking if there are training resources for these things. I'll just say one thing, then you come in. So yes, we have different projects because they have different goals. Mozilla Common Voice wants to record or document voice data. Incubator documents textual data, right? I don't know if you have ever used Google Translate or just to read out something in Baoli for you. Was it something that you recognize the text? No. Yes. So, but if we are able to create voice data, they can use this in training more data set. As I am standing here, my mother have not had any formal education, but she should still be able to benefit from all the content that exists on Wikipedia. So if we are able to create more voice data sets that even Wikipedia can now convert Dagbani text into speech for my mother, that will be useful for her, because we are all trying to get to the total sum of human knowledge for the whole of humanity. So that is why we have different projects, but all geared towards language documentation and language revitalization. I don't know if this answers your question. Yeah.
Le tutoriel pour ce projet, est-ce qu'il est disponible?
Yes, it's available on the slide. There's a slide deck on the schedule that you can find the tutorial.
Okay, merci.
So another point for this question, I'm just answering one of the perspective. Okay. So we have developed an app for Wikisource, and we are using TTS, text to speech. And as this is an open data set, we are going to implement that. This is already on the pipeline. So whatever you are going to contribute, it will be in use somewhere in some place in the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, time up.
Shitobu, what time is it?
Oh, it's unfortunately our time is up, and yeah, it's time for the next session. So at this point, we'll just thank the audience for coming. Thank you so much. We are really grateful. Sadiq, one last word before we leave.
Yeah, I think that's it from my end. I wanted to just show like a video presentation of the application that we have developed, but since there's already time, this is a new mobile application we built for Android and iOS that connects directly to the Mozilla Common Voice through the public API. And Shitobu can talk more about it if you want to add your language to this mobile application. The most important feature about this mobile application is that it allows you to collect sentences in an offline mode. Because we live in a community where there's very limited access to internet, we have developed a solution for that would help people to contribute to Common Voice without the need for internet access. Once they get access to internet, then the data is synced directly to Common Voice. That was what I wanted to demonstrate, but since time will not allow us. Thank you so much for your audience, and I'm happy to pick further questions after the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. If you have further questions, I'm available. We can chat.
Can I ask? Can you do something with the lights so it doesn't attack us? Is it possible to reduce the brightness? We are like deers in the headlight. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Can I also ask, because this is supposed to be like a more intimate discussion, can we ask you to like come closer to us? Come to us, come. Be closer. Dario, we need to start. Good morning, everyone, officially now, and welcome to this session, which is a roundtable about creating a Knowledge Commons AI consortium that we're calling Mosaic. And I do have a red lanyard, just saying. I know it's not on me, but please don't put my pictures on Commons. Bless you. Thank you. Let me first introduce all the people here with me. So, sitting still with his computer is Alec. Is Alec Tarakovsky from Open Future. Ilario. And Wikimedia. Oh my gosh, you have so many hats, man.
Two.
No, you have many more. You have more. But yes, definitely. Why don't you then present yourself? Yeah?
You did a good job.
Oh, okay. Ilario Valdelli, my colleague from Wikimedia Switzerland, who's in charge of innovation. How cool is that? And my name is Shani. I am the lead researcher at AI Bridges, which is a Marie Curie postdoc research fellowship at the University of London at the Digital Humanities Research Hub, which is what I currently do. But I've been around for 15 years now, it seems. I'm celebrating 15 years, yay, at this Wikimania. And we are all celebrating 25 years together, which I have to say, it hasn't really felt celebratory, but let's change that, yeah? It's been a bit tense and intense and dramatic on some levels, but also fabulous. And there's some really amazing people in this movement and beyond. So I'm really happy to be here, and thank you again for joining us. Alec, do you want to take it with why we're here? And yeah?
Okay, why we are here? So I tell a bit what was before. So this is consequence. So basically 1 year ago, inside Wikimedia Switzerland, they pushed me to take in charge artificial intelligence. That moment I didn't know what they wanted. This was really clear because it's a huge topic. And finally we said, okay, the best is people are pushing us. The question is, what we will do in this era of AI? And we said, okay, we go outside to ask people, okay, to ask entity, what they expect we should do. We are not Wikimedia Foundation, so we cannot give a solid answer. So we organized with Alec this roundtable in Lausanne, where we invited experts to speak with us. And finally, they give some input. We wrote this white paper, added peer review from several people that you find in the white paper, who contributed to this white paper. And basically, the idea was protecting the knowledge commons, okay, and going after in several directions. Surely, two directions is a tech roadmap and governance.
And the concept is aggregating all entities around this concept, around this white paper, without having a central leadership, but only aggregating around one idea. That is this protection. The point is defending the knowledge commons in this age of AI and closing the loop. The concept behind is the closing of the loop. Want to continue? No?
So I will offer another way of answering the question why and how we got here, more at the level of ideas, which are presented in a white paper that we, as Ilario mentioned, wrote, and which are sort of contributing to this mission as one of the starting points. I think this is, by the way, important to highlight. There are many starting points for this. For me, the starting point was that Ilario reached out to me. My main role, I should maybe explain, is as co-director of a think tank for the digital commons called Open Future, and Ilario reached out and said there's work to be done in making sense of what's going on and proposing some pathway. And I was very happy to do it because when you're a think tank, a civic think tank, often you sort of think for the ecosystem, but you don't really know well for whom. And I have been connected more and more strongly with Wikimedia for maybe not 15 years, but already for quite some time. And this felt just very important to contribute. But then I will already mention that Shani, you will probably tell your path, and I hope later we have partners coming up, and all of you have some stories. And what basically this is, you know, like a river, we want to collect all the streams into one big, great flow of water. But so what did we say in this white paper? Very briefly, I don't see my slides, so I will use my eyes in the back of my head, but they don't work very well. So, you know, basically we try to, first of all, if you look at it, it explains these various knowledge loops. We use this term to say that Wikimedia is engaged in various flows, and they can be positive, they can be ambivalent, or they can be problematic. And the one that's coming up for now is largely problematic. There's extraction of value. What do we need to do with this? First of all, humans first, protect the collective intelligence of Wikimedia, protect this amazing emergent thing that we all managed to do that generates knowledge commons. Secondly, reciprocity. You know, we can go into details, but basically Wikipedians decided long ago that share alike is important, and this builds on that. As you all probably know, there are issues with share alike as such, as a licensing measure, but as a concept, it's even more important as ever, and we really need to have this reciprocity happen. And the next one is agency. We need to have a active stance and shape this ecosystem. So Ilario talked about that we need to do a technical roadmap and governance. I increasingly think that the way to describe it is to say that we need to build and we need to shape. And, but the most maybe important thing is to be bold. I hope maybe that will be the motto of this mission. You know, it's first of all, being bold means changing this flow from a situation where a lot of us are worried that there are various types of extraction. Extraction of our infrastructure, right, with the motto, our content is free, but our infrastructure is not. We are feeling this pain of infrastructural extraction, but maybe more importantly, there's some sense that there's something wrong with the flow of value, that we're giving a lot to the world and we do it freely, but there is a sense that contribution needs to come back. And this is these classical ideas around the commons from Elinor Ostrom, but also, for instance, from a lot of indigenous cultures, is that there needs to be a flow. And we think this is very important. And the last thing we need to move for, there are three strategies we say in the paper. There is acceptance. You can kind of say, well, things are business as usual. We developed some path 25 years ago. We continue. We think that opens us that this is not sustainable. You can also focus a lot on defense, which is very important. For instance, dealing with bots is certainly something that not only Wikimedia needs to do, but the knowledge commons really needs that. But really, finally, we need to be active. We need to start being active. Also means creating solutions that are generative. I think this is for me what being active is. Wikimedia always generated innovation, content, collaboration, and we need to figure out how to continue doing it. So only basically not just answer the question, what do we do in a time of crisis, but also how do we just continue doing what we did. I think I can, no. and maybe this is worth mentioning, but I will not really bend my head. We propose a mission. Mission is, I really like this idea, proposed by Professor Mariana Mazzucato from the university where you work, Shani. It's this idea, mission is not centralized. It doesn't say, we will tell you what to do. Mission says, we have a direction. We propose this mission, but it's only an opening. We think this should be about building these new interfaces and shaping the ecosystem and finding agency. And mission is done by many. Some are big and can do big things. Some are small and do small things, but that can still contribute. Some are small and it might come up with something amazing that suddenly spreads around the ecosystem. So now I will finally stop. And Shani, I hope you will say a bit more how we want to have this mission very practically implemented so that it's more than just a sentence on a screen.
Yeah, sounds good. But maybe we can close the loop and maybe share how this triangle between us, how it worked out and how we came to collaborate. So the last maybe missing bit is AI Bridges. And AI Bridges, as I said, is supposed to be a research project. It's somehow grown to be its own thing. But the main idea of it was that we saw or identified sort of three silos. It was institutions and their data and the need to share that data through the knowledge commons specifically with projects like Wikidata and Wikibase, and then AI and creating bridges between all of these different things. So we had three stakeholder groups, institutions, and in institutions I'm talking about everyone, not just cultural heritage, which is usually easy to gravitate towards, but also academia, where a lot of information is trapped in, and governments, anyone really that holds data is fair game. And yes, indeed. And so institutions of all types was one target group, then people from the knowledge commons, from the open knowledge movement, not just Wikimedia, but our friends at Creative Commons. We have Dee here, right? At Internet Archive, hi Mark. We have so many people that we're working with, Europeana and Open Knowledge Foundation, the Digital Public Good Alliance. There's so many actors that we've been working with for years and years, and there was a feeling that kept emerging that we somehow need to figure out a way to engage with AI in a way that sort of benefits the commons. How can we, yes, AI creates lots of challenges, but how can we sort of harness AI to do some good in the world and help us with our mission of making knowledge more accessible? This is what AI Bridges was about. We ended up talking to lots of funders as well and targeting them as a separate group because, well, I don't know about you, but I kept seeing lots of money being thrown at AI, not necessarily the right initiatives, not necessarily the right people, not in a coordinated way. And AI Bridges became just this space for us to bring together different voices and make sure that we stop duplicating efforts, which we kept seeing, and we kept hearing our partners saying, oh, everyone is working on their own thing, in their own corner, and not collaborating properly. And I think at some point, and I should say maybe last thing on this, AI Bridges did not do all of that alone. We, from the get-go, had 3 core partners that became 5. And the 3, some of them are here in the room. Hi, Lucy from Wikimedia UK. So Wikimedia UK, Wikimedia Deutschland, and Wikimedia Brazil were core partners from the beginning. Very early on, we were joined by Playas, who some of you know. Is Pierre Carl here? No. But he is here. If you don't know Playas, they are a small but strong and very innovative AI lab that specializes in creating small language models that are open source for institutions. And they are helping us with the infrastructure that we think is needed for our ecosystem. And the last but not least is Wikimedia Switzerland, who I feel so blessed to have them on board and to have Ilario on board. And through their support, we are actually starting to develop things like a synthetic reasoning corpus, which is needed in order to get to the small language model that is open source, that doesn't flatten information, that keeps the richness of data that our platforms, including Wikidata, hold, and most LLMs don't tap into. So this is some of the things that we've been discussing. And while working with different partners, I think all of us really, kept hearing the same thing over and over and over again. Oh my gosh, we're all working separately in front of big tech and trying to negotiate, which is very hard. We're all feeling the strain on our infrastructure, and we all feel a need to have other tools that are just not in existence yet. And it seems really overwhelming to try to get there. And at some point, I think it was Ilario and Alec working on the white paper, and I was having a symposium in London at the end of May. And we said, well, why don't we use this moment where so many Wikimedians are already coming and participating at the symposium to sort of have a strategic discussion? And we did. And that led to here, and to us understanding that the moment really requires all of us to simply come together. And we need to just stop talking about it and just do it. And we started saying that what we really want is to lead by building, which sort of resonated with so many people. And this is where we are. We are looking ahead towards the AI Impact Summit that is going to happen at the end of June. To those who may not have heard about the AI Impact Summit, this is a high-level sort of gathering of government. This is like government type of level thing that happens every year in a different country. In the past 2 years, it was in Paris and then New Delhi. Next year, it's going to be at their backyard in Switzerland, 21st and 22nd of June. So we sort of have a year. And we wanted to act. So here we are acting. And the way we wanted to do this, we actually wanted to tap into the celebration of our 25 years of doing open knowledge together and using this moment here in Paris at Wikimania to launch. And we did a soft launch on Tuesday, which was mainly some of our core partners thinking about all of this and being with us in being, I like really Donna Haraway's staying with the trouble. I really believe in India, actually strong and resilient over 25 years. We are staying with the trouble. We are not thinking that, oh, there's cool solutions that are like instant and magical, but we are really trying to figure it out. So thank you, first of all, for being here. And what we've tried to do this Wikimania, the launch, the big launch, and what we're actually translating this white paper into is what we called a Knowledge Commons AI Consortium. So a space to bring together all these entities, from individuals to institutions to organizations. Anyone who feels like they share this mission and this passion to fix this already is welcome to join. How exactly? We don't know. We don't have the answers. We don't think we need to. We think we need to decide on priorities together. And we will start doing it in September after we all get back and get some rest from Wikimania and the intense, this intense thing that is called Wikimania, and take some time to, I don't know, digest and maybe relax even in the summer. Some of us have been working really hard this year. And come September, we're going to start mobilizing this whole thing. But what have we been asking? What is the ask today? So we rewrote a very simple one-pager statement of intent. And this is really a non-binding document that really is just a signal. We believe in this. We understand and we share the feeling that it's time to do something about it and stop talking about it, but really just come together and do it. And anyone who is signing will join the discussions, and the discussions will be, first of all, about the shared priorities, but I think we can share that from our discussions with different individuals and partners. We see at least 3 strands or 3 legs or 3 buckets of work, call it whatever you want. One is about shared infrastructure and developing technological development that needs to happen for the open knowledge movement, but done right. And in done right, I mean not aspiring for things that are impossible to do. We're not a big tech company. We need to develop with low resources, and but still with the spirit of Wikimedia and friends, with the values, with seeing the provenance of information, with using resources like Wikidata, and not just Wikipedia, and making sure that context and languages are preserved and information is not flattened when we're using these systems. So this is the type of thing that we have in our minds that needs to happen. The second bucket of work is really about, I would say, governance, policy, regulation. So all this advocacy work that needs to happen, our ability to negotiate properly in front of big tech, in front of governments, and get them to do what needs to be done. Some of it is regulation, some of it is advocacy, some of it is just negotiation with big tech, but people are telling us probably regulation would be the best way to make them accountable. So clearly the Wikimedia can I give you credit? Anusha from the Wikimedia Foundation is here. She's doing lots of comms work, and there are other teams at the foundation and other spaces, Wikimedia Deutschland and Switzerland and UK, many of our big chapters, and I think Netherlands as well, are all, and Sweden, they're all doing work that is related to advocacy, but each of us, and yes, we're trying to coordinate to some extent, but it's hard and it's exhausting, and we sort of need a better system to do it. So this is about converging all these efforts and making sure that we have some leverage in the room and a seat at the table. You know, yesterday we were sitting at the Fringe, at the Makerspace, and some people were talking about, like, sharing frustration about this agentic foundation and how, oh, they're developing these protocols and we don't even have a seat at the table, and, you know, being angry. And this anger is important because hopefully it will lead to action. But the discussions that are coming out of Wikimania is, what can we actually bring to the table in order to be at the table? Can we develop something, maybe a new protocol, maybe something that we can only do in order to do that? We don't know. We don't know. I'm saying it is important to have these discussions and to have the platform. So here we are, offering the platform.
Can I just add one thing on this shaping the ecosystem? You know, I indeed think we're already doing quite a lot and coordinating quite well, but often there is a sense, you know, that we come with many hats that are similar. What I think we want to do at the AI Summit is, first of all, Wikimedia Switzerland is at national level there. And this is a very strong position. You can join a process that is set up at the national level. As a Swiss organization, you're already doing that. But sort of then opening it up and saying, we don't want to be there as Wikimedia Switzerland. First of all, first step, we should be there simply as Wikimedia. But I think even that's not enough. We want to be there as knowledge commons organizations. We, I think, should be using the Wikimedia brand, because I don't need to explain this to anyone. It just works, right? You say knowledge commons and people are like, You say Wikimedia and then just people shine. So of course we'll be strategic about it, but the point is also, I always say that in solidarity there are many other projects. I always mention OpenStreetMap, for example, amazing commons, various other initiatives, Open Food Facts here in French. And the point is that we can all go there as hopefully one network or entity. Yeah.
And we're calling it Mosaic, which I haven't mentioned. This whole thing, we think it should be called Mosaic. We've been receiving some, but we also don't want to decide. So if you have a fabulous other idea, do talk to us. But Mosaic seems to be resonating well with people in terms of what we're trying to achieve.
Some remember the browser, some don't.
Yes.
Both scenarios are cool.
Yes, I mean, we don't owe this word. I just heard a few days ago that it's been used at the Wikimedia Foundation for a working group internally. So, like, we don't own anything, but we can use this as a platform, and I think that's the main.
And maybe it's worth sharing that we did use a lot of brain cycles discussing network, alliance, consortium, cluster, and then someone proposed Mosaic, and suddenly you don't need to use the noun, you use a metaphor. I think that's very pretty.
Yes, we are still using, I think, consortium to explain if I need to say it in a sentence, I would say Knowledge Commons AI Consortium, but Mosaic would be probably the name that we go with forward. And maybe to just mention the last bucket of work that may emerge or may not, but this is some of the things that we keep hearing from people, is about literacy and the need to advocate specifically in the realm of education and literacy, that many of the affiliates that are involved in this have some portion of work dedicated to. Some claim, oh, education is way out of our scope, we don't want to touch it, let other people do it. Some understand, though, that Wikimedians are probably the best suited to do this type of work, so we'll see. The point is, I think, we're not set in anything, we're not dictating anything. We think this should be a shared discussion between all of you. I think that's a good moment to actually pause and maybe hear from some of our...
Two things. One is that, yes, we need to define priorities, but by this we don't mean a process where for another year we will be conceptualizing a strategy. We want to start with things people are already doing. Sort of you come in, the priorities are at best from things you already do. That's the priority, or the next step for the thing you do, which you can do together by growing it. That's one thing I want to say. The other thing I want to say on the statement, we've started circulating it, and you mentioned already Wikimedia organizations. I think all of them, many start with your AI Bridges Consortium. Wikimedia Sweden is for sure one additional one that's very important.
Which is also
but then we are also already receiving support from partners. Creative Commons is involved, very clear role. There will be a discussion around licensing issues, around reciprocity, so we're glad to have you. But also organizations that are not, we're not yet collaborating, but obviously they're very aligned with us. And to me, it's been heartening to see how quickly they react. So for instance, Digital Public Goods Alliance made the decision in one day. INRIA, a very important French public research institute and a big funder of initiatives for the Commons, has confirmed. Software Heritage, an extremely important archive of code, and again, a sort of steward of the Commons, also made a quick decision and wrote us. We discussed, we sat down, we want to join this effort. So this is for us important, that we have Wikimedia, we're building here things, but also we're getting external support. I will say two things, but I will say third, because this needs to be mentioned. We're talking a lot about organizations, institutions, but the key part of this is also volunteers, individuals. In parallel, you probably know, to us here talking with DPGA and other partners, there's been effort organized by various volunteers. The Fringe was organized by SJ. I don't know if you're here, and I think it was a beautiful also effort to build the Commons here and now. There was the Wiki and AI Tools, I think that's the correct name, pre-conference. And we want to acknowledge that, because that's sort of the other path. We're not the people to talk a lot about it, but that's, again, one more river joining here this flow.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned, I think, yes, this is open to individuals, organizations, and institutions, whoever, and we'll figure out a way to have everyone contribute in the capacity they can and want. Maybe just give another example to the first point that you made, that we are trying to build on what we're already doing. So a good example of that would be AI Bridges is developing a synthetic reasoning corpus with a larger goal of getting to a small language model. When we do that work, this would feed into the larger agenda of Mosaic, right? And we're working on this with Deutschland, with the UK, with Brazil, with Playas, with Switzerland. So this is like already, but it doesn't have to define. So we're joined by different partners that we didn't anticipate, and we will see what each of them can bring to the table and how we can make sure that we're leveraging everyone's experiences and work already to push it forward.
One thing I want to say, it's important, these already are things happening, but what is solid, that when we wrote this white paper, we really wanted to put on paper the values, okay? To aggregate everything around these values. And after to say next step, we'll speak after Alec, we'll speak about next step, is basically working together around the next step. So everything is now, everything basically trying to, I don't know how to say, to organize a bit all this energy. This is very important, because the Wikimedia community is very I don't know, very active, no, energetic, want to do things and so on and so on, but really these things must go in one direction, okay? It must be a bit coordinated. This is the point.
I love that we're talking about energy and spirituality as the core of what drives us in the practical sense. But I think, yeah, many of us are practicing something beyond, right? But still are very practical folks. So yes, this is about creating enough energy in the room to jumpstart this, and hopefully can be a joint effort of moving the needle. And we're serious. I think you saw Audrey Tang appear here at Wikimania with us. This is part of strategic efforts to get the right people in the room and people in the right level to move the needle. And I'll say one last thing before we open. We may fail. I want to put it on the table. We may try and fail. But to me, it doesn't matter, because at least we'll know we've given it a try and not just talked about it, but actually made an effort to move it, to do something. And I really can't imagine just not doing anything anymore. Like this moment in time really requires us to rise up to the occasion. I really think we need to save the commons and to save how the world is grappling with knowledge and what truth is. So we need to be that voice in the world. There's just no one else, honestly. If not us, then whom? So please join us. And I want to open the stage to people who are already collaborating with us and are partnering on this. I see a few of you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but Lucy, do you want to say something?
Sure.
Wait. I'll bring you mics.
Yeah, thanks, Shani. So I'm Lucy Crompton-Reed from Wikimedia UK, and like, I guess, you know, every affiliate, every community, every individual, over the last few years, we have been thinking about AI and grappling with it. But also, as the CEO of Wikimedia UK, I'm invited to speak on a lot of panels, round tables, various conferences, and the shift over the past 2 years to, you know, 9 out of 10 of those speaking engagements have been about AI. And I'll be really clear here, I'm not a technical contributor. So for me, thinking about AI has really been about what does this mean for us as a chapter that actually has been focused on knowledge equity and information literacy. So a big part of our work in AI actually is around young people, how to help young people navigate a much more complex information environment than any of us grew up with, how to build those critical thinking skills, but also how to enable them to use AI in a way that's ethical and productive. And you know, enriching and not extractive. So was very pleased to get involved in AI Bridges, particularly because of our work with the cultural sector, but had been, I've been a bit frustrated, I'll be honest, because I feel that the threat of AI is so huge and existential for this movement that I hadn't been clear why we were not pulling together more cohesively and collaboratively and urgently on this topic. And so I'm very pleased to be part of the Mosaic Consortium, because although I think there are a number of different spaces where people are thinking about this, so far to me, this is one that feels like it's got some momentum. It's got people who I know like to actually deliver and drive change. I'm still sort of figuring out, as a non-technical chapter, essentially, how we can most enrich the work. And that's something we'll be figuring out as we go. But thinking by doing and not just talking, I think, is going to be important.
Thank you so much, Franziska.
Okay, hi. I'm Franziska. I'm the Executive Director of Wikimedia Deutschland. And I pick up from Lucy because Lucy said she's not technical. That's the way we are involved, is the technical side of things, because Wikidata played a huge role in AI Bridges. The teams and the people were there, and well, we're grappling with this question of what does AI mean for us as a movement, as an organization, for a while, and it's not easy because I see this in the volunteer part of the movement. I see this in my organization. There is a lot of different perspectives you can have on that, and to reconcile that into something that ends in a technological solution is not easy, and that's why we want to build, we want to do something, but we want to do that in the spirit of our previous projects that very closely look at factors that are not just the newest and most shiny technology, that are questions of sustainability, that are questions of how can the global majority benefit from those projects. And I'm really glad that people like João and Wikimania Movimento Brasil are part of that, because they bring those kind of things, because without that we will not build a solution that lives up to what we should aspire to. But I think therein also lies something that we can contribute to the technical ecosystem that nobody else can. And I think that's the part that drives us. That's the part that we would like to contribute together with everybody else.
And we appreciate that. Dee, do you want to say something?
Sure.
And
Yeah.
After.
I'm Dee Harris with Creative Commons, and I'm thrilled to be here representing the organization. We've sat in many rooms and listened to many people, and the conversation is similar, from a UNESCO stage to a dinner party. And sitting in, and one thing you said, Jenny, was really set with me, was we can sit in fear seeing the problem, or we can stand together and have a unified voice towards a solution. And we might have failure, but it's better to step into failure together. And I'm not saying we're going to fail. I don't think we are. But I do think that we have a lot more power if we unite in a voice. And the fact that we don't have all the solutions, and we've even changed directions because of community input from a normative to a more enforceable tool. Looking and having conversations with people, it's a collective brain in so many ways. So I'm thrilled to see this happen. We are the people to do this. It is a massive problem, and nobody knows the solution completely. So we're thrilled to be part of it, and I hope others join.
Your partnership is so critical. Mark.
Yeah, hi, I'm Mark Graham, Director of Wayback Machine Internet Archive. First off, thank you for hosting this session. On behalf of the Internet Archive Europe, Internet Archive UK, and the newly announced Internet Archive Switzerland, we will be following and following up on the possibilities of this initiative. 2 comments. The first is that I just Googled for Mosaic, the mission for open stewardship of AI and Commons. And the first thing that came up was a publication from the EU on July 22nd announcing Mosaic. It's an EU-funded project, paves the way for a European multilingual information space. So I just offer that, sorry. Yeah, well, that's one way to approach the issue. But the second one was more substantive, and that is this. So let's say you can wave your magic wand, and it is now a year from now, and the summit has already taken place, etc. Let's say 3 specific, concrete, practical, actual, real-world differences might there be then, if we are all successful in this effort? So I mean, and I'd appreciate if we can be as specific as possible. So if not just say small language, but be really specific about that. Thank you.
I don't want to dictate to the room, but I can say what we're already having in mind. So the discussion of having a small language models or models that do not flatten information, that show the provenance, that show the richness of data, that and the context, the cultural context, and are multilingual, is a need that we keep hearing about. We need to get there, and there's no reason why we can't. So we are already starting. It requires some funding. We'll get there. Second, there are discussions of maybe protocols that need to be developed. These are too early stage, but this would get us a seat at the table with the Agentic Foundation if that's what we think is a priority. I don't know that it is, but we'll see. Regulation is another way to get there. So all that strand of advocacy, talking to governments, making sure that regulation happen properly, working with Creative Commons, with Lane from enterprise, with all of the people who are doing advocacy work, and getting them to be accountable has to be a priority for all of us, because the way that things are happening now just can't continue. The bombardment of infrastructure for cultural heritage, for universities, for governments, for us at the Wikimedia, at the Wikimedia movement can't continue without any accountability. So these are some very concrete things that we want to be in a place where we are better positioned to negotiate and to get to a better place with. There are others, but this is like a first thing. Ilario.
I think I have only one idea. And I think this makes a lot of difference. The question of how an answer generated by AI has been generated. What there is behind. Transparencies, okay? And I think this is the big difference with other models. Because other models doesn't want to show data, doesn't want to show what there is behind the algorithm, and this will make a lot of difference. These follow our principles, I think. You want to add something? Shani basically said some directions. I really want to say that the idea behind the tech roadmap is really to check what will be next technically. Because it is the most complex answer. I said always, if we take now bad direction, it's complicated to correct this direction. This is more or less an idea where we want to go, big assets we have, big difference we have, but it's not set in stone. This is what I want to say.
I just want to very quickly unpack this idea of model. I like it, Shani, that you just said we need to do it. I also believe that, but I think it's worth acknowledging that there are two types of concerns. Some people say like models, maybe they're not that great and maybe we shouldn't contribute to that. My answer to this is we can build a model that's great, not in the sense that it's big and huge and capable, but that it's aligned with Wikipedia and our values. The world needs these kind of models. By the way, there are also some models, and building doesn't mean starting from scratch. We have Noor here from Apparatus. Apparatus just released 1.5. It's a wonderful building block to work with. But the other argument is that we need that model. And this is maybe, again, more controversial. Just to be clear, I don't think we need the model. I don't even believe we need the model to write articles for us. That's not the point. There are many other useful uses, and that's maybe worth keeping in mind. These models will be useful. They won't just sit in a shelf to be built to prove that we can build it. But the next step, and for instance, we know already that at Wikimedia Germany you're thinking about is what kind of a tool or application this is. I think there are, to answer your question, the cool thing is I think maybe we should set up like a little form because there are many answers. For instance, there's this fascinating issue of benchmarks. You know, all model builders work with benchmarks, and usually they're like, which is this model super capable and better than others? The benchmark should be, does this model respect local knowledge, multilingualism, and so on? And I can easily imagine a wiki benchmarks project, which has the advantage of not being very expensive, being something that Wikimedians know how to do. We have all the communities in various cultures and languages, and honestly setting up a batch of benchmarks within a year is doable and wonderful. And I'll stop here. We have one more example that we can ask Natalie, but first, Shani, you have something to say.
No, Mayri has. Mayri and then Natalie. You have the mic.
Shani, you're ahead of me. So look, my name is Mary Clark. I'm a board member of the foundation.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Okay, I'm a board member of the foundation. I'm also chairman of the Product and Technology Committee. I've had that role for less than 6 months, so I'm still very much in a learning mode. I'm fascinated by this conversation. I'm so impressed that you could have so many organizations with a common desire, but different missions, really come together and find a way to work together and sort of sort through things. I can't imagine that the foundation doesn't have a role to play in that, and I really
you and us.
appreciate the opportunity to be here and hear all this.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I want to acknowledge Kathy here from the board as well. Thank you for being here, all of you. And Anusha, do you want to say something as well?
Hi, everyone. Anusha Ali Khan. I'm Chief of Communications at the Foundation. You know, what strikes me in this conversation is I do think, as Mayri was saying, that it is extremely aligned with a lot of the conversations that we've been having within the foundation and the board itself. A huge focus, and I thought I saw Bernadette actually walk in the room earlier. So she may want to speak to this too. But a huge focus of some of the strategy that Bernadette and I have been discussing in the last while has been on partnerships in particular. And I can say from a communications perspective, she may want to take a broader view here, that both the partnerships that we develop that sort of shape the responsible AI environment with like-minded technology companies in the open commons is going to be very important to this effort. Also shaping a strong narrative around what open commons organizations can do is going to be very important to our next steps, because right now the narratives that are taking over are ones of fear against AI. They are ones of sort of, you know, setting up bad guys versus good guys. And I think that we have a strong role to play, in fact, to reassure people that AI can be used for good and that we can always keep humans in the loop when we launch these types of initiatives.
Sure. I try not to center myself in these conversations, so I come into the back and I listen. But I am here. I plus one to everything that Anusha has said, what Mayri has articulated. I listen quite closely to everything that Chris Alpin says on these topics. He's in the back, and he's really an expert on machine learning and the person driving a lot of these conversations inside the foundation. To the extent that folks are interested in continuing the conversation, he is really sort of the nerve center for us, or one of the nerve centers inside the foundation. I agree with everything that Anusha has said. I continue to believe that we can do more as a movement to ensure that our influence is equal to the impact that we have on the ecosystem. Right now, people think of us as sort of an afterthought to these conversations. It's let's have the big boys in the room and the ChatGPTs and the NVIDIAs and the Anthropics. Well, we have an opportunity here to shape how we think this ecosystem should work. And I think we just need to be a little bit more assertive in articulating what that vision is and how we can play a role in shaping that. So I appreciate the opportunity to have this session here and hear ideas from folks. So thank you.
If I can just highlight something that you said yesterday, and I think this is right on. We keep saying this is AI age. Why don't we start saying it's a Wikipedia age? You know, before there were LLMs, there was Wikipedia. All LLMs are built on Wikipedia, so basically let's also own the moment. One of the places where I think we're pretty sure within a year we'll be owning the moment is something called the Agentic AI Foundation, and we thought to ask Natalie to say a bit more about this one specific idea.
Hello, everybody. I'm Nathalie Casmajor. I'm a university professor based in Montreal. I think the moment is very exciting. There's a lot of great energy in the room. I really enjoyed in the previous days' conversations hearing people talking about offensive strategies. So not only defending or adapting to what's happening, but shaping what's happening. And I would like to double down on protocols as a strategic side of intervention in terms of techno-political shaping of what's coming. There's the MCP protocol, but there are also protocols to come. So getting into the conversation about MCP is already adapting to a protocol that is already there. But what about thinking the kind of protocols that could be developed to serve the mission based on experimentation that we need? So thinking ahead in terms of protocol. So instead of having a seat at their table, we will invite them to our table because we're building the table in a sense. So what are the types of protocols that we can develop by experimenting, by building? So there are models, but Audrey Tang, who I found very inspiring, was talking about talk page protocol. I don't know what it is. I think it could be interesting. Andrew Lee talked about skills. So it's not a protocol, it's a standard. So this, but I find it very interesting too. These layers of intervention, I think, are very strategic.
Can I? Hi to everybody. My name is Noor. I'm from CSCS, Swiss National Supercomputing Center. I'm representing the Swiss AI initiative, so therefore I'm representing ETH Zurich, EPFL. And as Alex said, we developed one of the first fully open source AI model, and we just released the new version. I would like to add a few things. I think here one important word is open source. The first day, Jimmy Wales mentioned that Wikipedia wouldn't be here without open source, without Linux. And again, open source here is crucial. So I would actually also involve the developers of open source project. MCP is used because basically it was released, there was the only one, and everybody started using that. So more than standard, I would team up with the open source developer because they are definitely willing to work more with Wikipedia, Internet Archive, all the wikis, than with corporation. Another point is I would align with, not only the wikis, but like university, like ours, we can share the same values. And we can talk later, because definitely we can team up on this, because the researcher, the expertise is not, there are many people who are expert in this big corporation, but are coming from the universities. The research is at the university. And one more thing, don't think this is a threat. It's an opportunity, huge opportunity. The vendors are not together like a unite block. We work with NVIDIA. You can, I think Wikipedia has a very strong asset and can negotiate and find the crack in this group. I give an example. United States, a few days ago, there was this ban of the open weight model, Chinese one. And actually, Jensen Yang, the CEO of NVIDIA, actually written an open letter against this, against OpenAI, against Anthropic. So I think that if Wikipedia, Internet Archive, all together, we organize together with the software community, can actually divide and conquer this big corporation.
Thank you, Noor. We appreciate your work, definitely. We'll explore how to bring you on board of all of this. We have John Anderson from Wikimedia Sweden.
Super fast. I will be super fast. Regarding what you mentioned, for example, for Aperto, which is fully open source, we release a nano version that can run on CPUs. Of course, you trade quality for version, but it's already available. It's fully transparent. So if you want, you can train from scratch on your hardware. Of course, you need certain hardware, enough strong. So.
Thank you so much, John.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jon Andersson, and I'm the Executive Director at Wikimedia Sweden. We are one of the consortium partners, and I think from our point of view, what we find to be very, very interesting with this whole initiative is that we see two great strands. I mean, there's a lot of issues and problems and risks associated with these major changes, but we also see a lot of strong interest from our partners that they want to share material in a way they haven't been trying to do before. They see the value that we as a Wikimedia movement can bring, help them to bring out their knowledge and their information to the whole ecosystem. And so we get more and more questions about this. We get more and more, faster response times from their boards and decision makers to release material. And I think this is actually a really interesting opportunity for us as a movement to ensure that we can take advantage of that. And we also have, as a chapter, we've been working quite a lot with trying to figure out how we can engage this amazing volunteer community on contributing to developing these new tools and structures. And for the last few years, we have had a project called Wikispeech, a text-to-speech solution for Wikipedia. So you can listen to Wikipedia, building up voices for different languages, and trying to find ways for volunteers to contribute to that. So we can take advantage of this this movement as well in harnessing all this knowledge and expertise and in interest of preserving and ensuring that languages are represented online. I think it's just, of course, I think it's a fascinating time to work on this together with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to take part in these discussions and really learn from all of you, because I think it's moving so fast. We need to do this together, and this is a great opportunity for this. So thank you for pulling together the mosaic.
Thank you so much, João.
So, hi everyone, good morning. João, Wikimedia Brazil here. And Wikimedia Brazil has officially signed and joined the Mosaic initiative. And the way that we understand what's happening and why we think it's important is we are bringing to the table a conceptual framework that we can all align to. So many initiatives, many Wikimedians, many affiliates, and the Wikimedia Foundation have been grasping with the challenges and the threats that AI has generated to the movement, to our ecosystem. And we are able, in this coordination, to actually find a way to name these challenges and threats, and to think how some of these initiatives overlap and better coordinate, and find a way in which we can create a support backbone for each activity. And I'll give you one specific example. So through the general umbrella, the conceptual umbrella that this kinds of initiative has provided, we've been able from Brazil to actually get support and find a grant in order to work on a specific aspect of the kind of connection we get from this discussion around commons knowledge and AI. And we were able because we are connecting to this broader framework. So this is also an opportunity to leverage the kind of work we do on the ground. And this is why we've decided to join, and we are part as a partner of AI Bridges and this coordination effort.
We're so lucky to have you. We have a representative from the UN. Please go ahead.
Yes, hi, I'm Suzanne Lapston from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. We also work with Wikimedia Sweden and Wikimedia UK. We have a partnership. I'm in the publications team where I'm responsible for the open access policy. And I'm hearing the challenges that you're talking about today in this context. It's very much what we're grappling with now as well, with our open knowledge, which we publish under CC BY 4.0 in an open repository. We're currently speaking with Creative Commons, with your colleague Brigitte. And we're also engaged, not me personally, but with the Digital Public Goods Alliance and other entities that you have mentioned. So we're really grappling with the same questions. And the UN is also coming in, the Secretariat and UNESCO, on questions of information integrity, questions of ethical use of AI, of governance of AI, and there's a global dialogue on AI governance which is bringing together voices from across all of the member nations. And I think that the international aspect of the UN is also, it mirrors very much the Wikimedia community and ecosystem. So I think we have a lot of things in common. I know the UN, it's kind of slow moving, so that can be a challenge for engaging, but I would encourage you also to engage with the UN, and I'm probably not exactly the right person, but I could...
But you can help connect us.
Yeah, exactly. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you so much, and I will give credit to UNESCO for being in the room on Tuesday when we did the soft launch, and they're having their own constraints in terms of being officially on paper or signing anything, but they are absolutely behind us and are important collaborators. And I want to give credit to two more people. First of all, Bernadette mentioned Chris Alban. We were talking this morning. I'm happy to have him brainstorm with us and think about solutions together. And I have to give utmost credit to Lane Becker from Enterprise, who's been our ally from the beginning and is supporting everything we do. So we are already working to some extent with the foundation, but absolutely thrilled to have the board and senior leadership on board. This is of high importance, we think. So thank you for being here and acknowledging that, which is not to be taken for granted. Every voice matters, and yours has gravitas. So Ilaria wanted to say something. Oh, we have one more volunteer. Andres.
Well, thanks for this thrilling initiative. I love the accent that you put on action. I have a remark and a question. So for context, I contribute to the production of knowledge from the side of scientific research. I dig the mathematics and the mechanics of systems that evolve. This environment is new to me, but I very much think that this is an evolving system. My name is Andres. I'm a CNRS researcher based here in Paris. I like that you hint at the challenges of coordination. That's a real difficulty, somehow very deep and existential somehow. However, you bring a very porous attitude, and I love how you move and engage with the audience, bringing and opening these voices. So in the perspective of open and spontaneous collaboration, I did a bucket of work tonight, past night, by building a small platform that facilitates providing visibility, to map perspectives and to poll priorities, and somehow to organize and to rehearse action. It's not a finished product because everything is in flux, but I have a link and a QR code, so please come to me if you would like to test.
Oh, we will definitely use your product to send the survey after Wikimania to all the partners who are here, who've shown interest, because we will do a mapping exercise of sorts.
Yeah.
And we're using Andres's creative
I
powers.
very much like the magic wand question by Mark over there, which I think that's a question that many people could answer, and those answers will be,
driving us forward.
Exactly. I have a question now. So
Yes.
you mentioned impact. I like the approach. I don't know if you have thought already about this, but what can be a measurable? What is a measure of this? Have you, as a sense?
I will not give you an answer, but I will say that your question of how we define impact is one that I keep asking, because it's one of these words that people keep using without proper, clear idea what that actually means. So we will do our best to define what impact means for us, for sure.
You bounced on the energy aspect that you mentioned, and ultimately, probably energy is what makes phenomena evolve, and so ultimately, it's energy flows that are a measure of impact. Energy flows, whatever energy. This is energy. The ideas are energy, and
Okay, I want to close here because we are already late, 5 minutes. Only to say that in Commons you find the white paper already is published, and now we publish in all Village PAMP to make public to the community. It's okay. Meta, and also in Meta we publish a page with all the white paper. Thank you.
Sorry. One last thing, besides the meta page with the white paper, there will be a meta page for, it will be for everything, including the statement of intent that we are inviting everyone who can and wants to sign. If you can't sign, like the UN, for instance, please come talk to us. We have other ways to work with you, and we look forward to engaging with all of you. Thank you for being here.
About it, talk about it.
Ciao Dalia.
Because I've seen you on stage, I've seen you here, so for me, I feel
You are always been, always been. No, I was rather
Yes, but now we see.
no, I want to say because I live already speaks with
Yes, this is quite big. This is French.
Adiz. It's human.
And your job is innovation.
No, they come to me, everything is fine. And my journey is with me.
We're going to start soon with our speakers, and our next session will be Agentic AI, Strategic Synergies for Digital Commons and GLAMs. Thank you.
Hi. We're still waiting for two panelists, so one is here. I saw him, and the other one was on the train, which was late. So he will be arriving very shortly. We might start without him.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
So there are headsets for those who need translation. We'll be translating live to French, Arabic, and Spanish. And also a bit of a reminder, you can still help assemble the giant puzzle globe outside until 5 p.m. and then you can also join the group photo afterwards.
Okay. So I propose we start. Hello, everybody. My name is Nathalie Casmajor. I'm a researcher and university professor based in Montreal. I hold a research chair on digital commons, and I'm also an affiliate with Wikimedia Canada. Thank you for being here on this last day, one of the last panels of the conference. It's been a long week. And while I was preparing this panel, I was thinking, yet another panel on AI. And thinking how we can take it as a space for maybe recap or projecting to the next move and not repeating things that we've been discussing the whole week. But it's also for me an opportunity to loop on previous projects and events that are behind, like this panel today is rooted in a Quebec-France cooperation project, which started in 2024 at the Francophone Wiki Convention in Quebec City. And at the time I was discussing with the Wikimedia Canada team, and they were saying, we have nothing on AI 2 years ago. And then, so I proposed to co-curate a day on the topic of data commons and AI. So it was a starting point of a collaboration with the National Library of France. And since then, for the last 2 years, we've been cooperating on this topic. So the context is the paradigm shift in the web today and the fact that the open web is under extractive pressure. And you might have seen this graph showing the burden of bots, crawling bots and agents on Wikimedia's infrastructure, and the fact that since last year, 2 years ago, the traffic, like most of the traffic on the web, is by machines. So there's a really big shift in how the web is navigated today. And the GLAM institutions, heritage institutions, they are facing the same types of challenges. They are seeing a spike in how their servers are being hit by bots. And this is one of the consequences of the paradox of openness. So the goals of this project are the following. It's to rethink knowledge commons models of open access, to think about new modes of sustainability in this context, and to understand how knowledge commons can develop new value propositions and strategic coalitions to advance AI governance on the open web. So when we did this wiki convention, Francophone Wiki Convention 2 years ago, we came up with a set of a report and a set of values. At the time, this document stating values, it was already the time when there was a need to more than not only stating values, but thinking about action. And so we continued the project by organizing, under the support of the French Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Quebec Minister of Francophonie and Foreign Affairs, this transfer of knowledge between Quebec and France. We organized a first event at the National Library of France with Playas was there, different actors that we wanted this conversation to be transsectoral. And last month we organized workshop on MCP, MCP protocols. So going more into actions of what GLAM institutions and open knowledge organization can do with these tools. And Philippe Sade was there also presenting his experimentation. So the panel today is the continuation of this discussion. And Jean-Philippe, who will be arriving very shortly, will give us the perspective of the National Library of France on these issues. But we have, with me on the stage, we have Ilario Valdelli, who is the Innovation Program Lead at Wikimedia Switzerland. And we also have Chris Albon, who's the Director of Machine Learning and Data Engineering. Thank you for being with us today. So I would like to start with maybe a first question, because you've been around the whole week. What is one thing that you've heard on the topic of agentic AI and digital commons that you will keep, when you go away, if you can pick one idea or one thing that you heard that you would like to share with us among all the things you've heard?
So one of the things that I think we're hearing a lot of is like around protocols or something like that. And so let me give a little introduction. So what we see at the at Wikimedia on our servers is a huge amount of bot traffic. And traditionally we thought of like really like categories of like it's either a bot scraping the whole site or it's a human, on their phone or in their laptop like doing something. But now there's this sort of like third category where someone on their laptop asks a question and a bunch of agents go off to a bunch of pages, grab the things, right? So like, I want to see great photos of Paris. And their agent goes off and like grabs a bunch of photos of Paris and then presents it to them. So that's traffic to the site. Oftentimes, if it depends on how you do it, but if you're doing it through a CLI or something like that, it's on your IP address. So for us, it looks like a person. But you didn't visit that site, right? Like you got the value from that site, you got that image, but you didn't actually visit it. And that sort of turns on its head a lot of our thinking because, of course, on Wikimedia projects, like the idea is that you go there and then you see something that's wrong and then you're angry that something's wrong on the internet and you start editing the thing and then it's like, welcome, you're now an editor. And if you do that without actually visiting the site, that's like this sort of like breaking our model of how to do things. And so the idea behind protocols is like, okay, how do we like make it so when one of these agents comes to the site, can we say, okay, this is what you can do, and this is what you should do. So like you can announce yourself as a bot, you can like use under certain rate limits, you can like describe what you're doing or like something like that in order to like put that through just regular channels that make sense, sort of a pathway for agents, as opposed to what we see a lot of, which is just like straight scraping of the HTML going from page to page to page. And it's pretty big on, like, we've had some really, really big cases on Commons of scraping, hundreds of terabytes of stuff that people do. And like that's sort of like the danger because it's costly and it's not you're not sure if that is, a child who wants to learn about cool photos of Paris and is getting those photos from, some archive or something like that, or an AI training company, using it for whatever their purposes are.
My position about agentic AI is very bad. So I said, yes, Jean-Philippe.
Hello, Jean-Philippe. Welcome. You can join us. Okay. Go ahead, Ilario.
Yes, I said that this approach of AI is really to give this answer, and you don't need to go further, so to block you with the answer. Agentic AI do one step more. So you release a right to agentic AI. So it means that you give access to everything. Agentic AI can manage everything. And basically, you become lazy. This is a big advantage we had as Wikipedia. I remember when we asked Umberto Eco, someone of you knows Umberto Eco. Umberto Eco said, I don't like Wikipedia at all, but I'm an old person, so I, instead of standing up, reading a book, I prefer to consult Wikipedia. So we took advantage of this laziness. But now, in my opinion, it's too much exaggerated. You are really giving not only rights, but also the brain. And I don't know. I don't see it so good.
One thing that strikes me, and then I will introduce the question to you, Jean-Philippe, is the fact that it's that we should rethink the dichotomy between human use and agent use, because users come equipped with tools, so it's increasingly like a hybrid type of use of the resources and navigation. So Jean-Philippe, welcome. So Jean-Philippe is the head of AI at the National Library of France. And so the first question was, but you didn't attend the whole week, so I would loop back to the first panel of the conference, which was at the BNF, actually, as a pre-conference. What did you take from these discussions on Tuesday? What is one thing that you keep with you, that you will keep with you for the next month?
Bonjour, hello everyone. I think the most impressive talk and chat and answer I received on last Tuesday was the fact that we need to be proactive. We definitely don't want to be passive, but we also need a framework of regulation, because being only proactive will not be enough. We, at least at the BNF, and probably like most of you, we try to be proactive on our tooling, on our offers for our end users. We also try to engage some kind of discussion with a couple of big AI players. So it will be not enough at all. We need something more, which can be political regulation or kind of consortiums we are envisioning here and in other places. So three layers, or at least three stances of action. One of these action is clearly about techniques, digital services, but it's not enough. And I will also put the emphasis on the fact that it's very difficult to engage with these players when you're one company or one institution or one state. We are not on the right side. We are not strong enough when we are alone.
So have a collective way of organizing, which is already underway and experimenting. And it brings me to my second question, which is, what are you planning to do and already doing in your respective organizations in response to these challenges? And I think that we could start with you, Jean-Philippe, and the perspective of GLAMS. And I think you have some slides that you prepared. The clicker is here. And you have to twist your head to see the slides.
I will skip this one because it's clearly a repetition of what we have seen and what you probably discussed all the week. We are facing the very same challenges and the comments. A couple of figures. So it's very classic now to be harvested at between 15 to 20% of our bandwidth, meaning mainly our digital library, but everything. It can be our catalog, metadata, it can be the official website, but particularly Gallica is facing huge robots harvesting. Yeah, so it's as you said, Hilario, we are all very lazy, and these LLMs plus their capacity to be in real time on our infrastructure, on our digital repository means we are very efficient to answer to not all of our public needs, end user needs, but some of them, which means now you can ask to a chatbot very complex queries on our digital library, on our on all of our catalogs on digital online services, and it's particularly true when our users are asking these chatbots to engage a conversation, a chat with our archives, and they are very efficient to answer questions. So it's very new. It's very challenging for us. So as I said, at least two stances and two positions on our roadmap. Defensive, because for the last year we tried to block some of these robots attacks, and the other position is to be proactive. So it's clear also for you, but blocking robots is very difficult. It's costly. We also put our APIs, what used to be totally open, behind an API management system, which and so this new position is very defensive. So clearly it has side effects on our legitimate users, because now they have to register on top of our API management system. So it's a transition phase, but we are moving from a totally open ecosystem to half open ecosystem. As I said, negotiating, I won't repeat myself, but negotiating with such players is very challenging. We also try for the last 2 years to develop new services for the industry, because we used to be in intense contact with the academic sector, but we are trying to replicate this digital offering to AI players. It can be small, very small French or European players, or bigger actors. Also, to be concrete, these new services might be designed to answer to on-demand datasets from large research project or a private actor. It can also imply to co-develop or to co-design technical tools like hybrid RAGs, which means someone is asking the BNF to co-develop a dataset on top of the BNF collection, plus the dataset, the collection owned or curated by this private actor or public actor. And last example, we're also trying to co-develop on-demand or ad hoc or specialized tools to be the interface between someone, our need, our use case, and our content, which that means, as an example, this kind of web application that enable anyone, so it can be an end user, an academic researcher, a student, or our own staff, to create their own datasets. Basically, designing a dataset can be very time-consuming. You have to discuss with a lot of humans, and as we said, sometimes we are lazy. We want something very quickly. So this interface, like you see here, it's a couple of MCPs on top of our APIs, plus a web interface to ease people to ask a question, and at the end, after 20 minutes, 1 hour, you have access to the content, which means OCR images, launch CSV design for our metadata, for catalog data. It's very efficient. Our staff and our testbed users are very happy with this. But at the very same time, that it can be very effective, but it's also a dark box. At the end, you have something, and this something has been designed by the LLMs you are using. It's also can be designed with a specific knowledge. We, as experts on top of our collection, we can add to the MTP layers, but in this beta test, it's a very lazy companion. It's probably 10,000 less efficient than a couple of humans' request queries designed with the end users and with our experts. So I don't think this kind of tool can be sustainable because it's millions of tokens. This session can be a 20-minute session, so the LLMs, all the MCPs involved are trying sometimes in a loop of dead ends. So it's not efficient at all, but it works, and sometimes end users are very happy with it.
Thank you, Jean-Philippe, for sharing these current experimentations. You mentioned the phase of transition, by channeling users and through your APIs. I know it is also a stage of transition within Wikimedia projects, and this transition has impacts on tools that are being built by volunteers and that we're using a system that is transitioning to another one. So there's definitely a phase of adaptation now. Chris, could you tell me about one project that you are especially excited that you're working on right now around these issues?
Sure. So one of the things, this isn't exciting to everyone, but it's exciting to me, is actually us getting better at bot detection. So a year ago, okay, I'll start with, normally if you're a large website and you do bot detection, how you actually do it is you have a third-party service. This would be something like Cloudflare or something. And so any visitor to your site, you send them over to Cloudflare, which then predicts whether they're a bot or not, and then they send the humans to you. That's typically how it goes. But we don't want to send any traffic outside our servers. So that means that we have to do the bot detection. And we actually had a very humorous phone call with one of these vendors where we were like, could you like somehow set it up on our system, like your thing? And they were like, absolutely not. That's not how we make money. And so we had to figure out our own, we do our own bot detection. And a year ago, our bot detection decision tree was actually published publicly. So all the code for doing the bot detection and our rules for how we detected bots was publicly posted. And the teams that work on this were like, every single time we kind of changed one of the metrics, like if you view more than 500 pages in a minute or something like that, if they change that number, the bots all changed their behavior to try to sneak under that number. And so we had to do a few things. One, we had to have a private repository that you can't see with the code, which we never, ever, ever do. And so we had to for the first time, sort of on my teams, actually work with a private repo that has the rules for how we detect bots and put that away, just because it's the only way to deal with this adversarial relationship. And we've gotten better at detecting bots. And the other thing that really worked for this was we have two sets of APIs. And one set of API is for all of you. It's the ones I use. It's just how you interface with Wikipedia, right? Minimal requirements for, for example, if you use the API, right now you just need to set a user agent and that kind of stuff, right? And then we have another set of APIs, which is the enterprise API. That's you're a big company, that kind of stuff. And one of the things that we do is that if you're using the APIs a lot and we suspect you're a company, we reach out to you and like tell you to use the other one, right? Use the paid one. Because every single time they're using requests on the API that we all use, that's requests that like are taking up from the user. And so we have to push the commercial bot users over off to the side in order to provide this for free. But that's the first one they always go to. They always go to the free no login APIs, and to provide like a commercial avenue for them that they have to go deal with like Lane, who you've seen walking around, and they have to negotiate something. Like that has worked actually pretty well to just get them off of the space where we're all operating. And most importantly, that means that they register, right? Like, as in like, we know who you are, because there's a huge number of, I don't know, you start a startup and you decide that you want to scrape all audio on Commons or something like that. You don't tell anybody, and your user agent says research or something like that, and then you burn through, 100 terabytes or something like that stuff happens. And so trying to like identify those people and then push them over, I think has worked really well, and we're going to continue to get better at detecting bots. It's a little complicated because it's like we're learning it for the first time. Like we're not experts in bot detection, and so we like every single time we get slowly better at detecting bots. Like every few weeks, they're like, aha, I have this clever new way of doing it, and then they like get better and better over time. But that's sort of the restriction that we have, is we can't just buy a third-party solution because we don't want any data from any user to go off of our system. So we have to have everything on our system.
Thank you. It's very interesting because it sets question around openness, and so openness and regulation. So to have this regulation of bot traffic, you need to build tools. But if you publish the tools in a completely transparent way, then it's counter-effective. So there's a level of opacity that is needed. And at the same time, it doesn't undermine openness in the sense of open source code. I assume, like, if BNF reached out to use the tools you are developing, is it something that could be transferred in terms of knowledge and resource? I mean, yeah, cool.
I think if someone wants to build a privacy-centric bot detection tool, we would love you, because we're trying to figure it out. But we're like, nobody on the team is like a bot detection expert. Like we don't have that expertise. We're like developing it in-house, and I think these are these like weird restrictions that it's like there was this moment where it's like, oh, we can't actually, like, if we say how we're detecting the bots. Because before it was just the code. All the code was available for like exactly how we detect the bots, and they just adjusted. And so to make it like a little bit more opaque is like the compromised position of which we had to be in, which is like there was no other way. I didn't. If you have a better way, come talk to me afterwards, because I'm definitely interested in hearing other ways. But this was just like the only way we could like figure out how to do it.
Thank you, Ilario. Do you have any thoughts on openness and opacity? What does it bring? Does it resonate on anything, or how do you how to renegotiate openness in this state of AI extraction?
Exactly. I think when we wrote this white paper we published, we really showed this paradox of open. Really, the concept that open means free. While open is, okay, it's free, but really the concept behind is I give something to the society, okay? Someone gives something to the society, and someone of society should give back something, no? I use this word in Latin, is do ut des. So I give, so you can give. And this is everything around open. When this chain is broken, start the extraction using the open without giving back to the open. Openness needs to be fed. You must continue to give, because otherwise, if everyone takes, finish. Okay, this is also for open source software. It's the same concept. Everyone use, but someone must give to maintain. And I think with AI, we are discovering this trick inside all this system.
Would one of you like to continue the conversation on this new openness paradigm?
Yeah, I think, one of the things that has been interesting for me to see in this moment was when I joined the foundation 6 years ago, one of the things that we had as a value was knowledge as a platform. And so we in the foundation were like, what we're going to do is we're going to put this knowledge out there and you can do whatever you want with it, right? Within the license, you can go and you can make cool fabrics with the photos and like all that kind of stuff. And, what we see now is like, I'm happy that, some of my answers I get from these tools end up using like the answers of volunteers. I like the fact that I have Wikipedia stuff in my answers, but it's not sustainable. Like it's not sustainable to the all of our movements or to GLAMs or everything. Where if you put up 100 images, like you spend all this time finding 100 images of wonderful old photos in an archive, and then you put it online, and like it's immediately zipped up and sent off, and then the end user, which is my biggest fear, is the end user sees those photos and they're like, "Wow, that model is so smart," and it was like, no, the model wasn't smart. The model was just it. It was all the people who spent all the time scanning and restoring and putting up and hosting and like all that kind of stuff was actually the work. And there's this disconnect from like the credit, and like we want to make sure that like the volunteers who spend all this time, or like a GLAM who like uploads those images, like that's where the credit comes from. That's where like attribution becomes key. And I would love to, I haven't figured this out yet, but I would love to have a protocol that like basically forced attribution, right? Like as in like if your agent visits the site, you're sort of forced to provide some kind of attribution in your output. I don't know exactly how to do that, but that would be my dream, of sort of like if you want to access the page 100 times a second, like this is how you do it, and in a way that still provides credit.
To follow up on this, there's the attribution framework that has been published with signals. How do you see tied to, API, this attribution framework, and a potential attribution protocol? Like, do you have any intuitions or very rough first ideas on how to start this journey?
Yeah, so the attribution framework is something that we worked on, which is basically our guidelines to these organizations of like how we think things should be cited. So how do you provide credit in a way? Because what we actually saw was a wide variety of how credit was provided. So sometimes an AI would provide no credit. Sometimes they would put credit down in the bottom of the answer. Sometimes you have to click through to it, like that kind of stuff. And so we wanted some like guidelines. But right now, we don't enforce that through all of our APIs and that kind of stuff. And that's where I would love to get to a point that we can have like programmatically sort of do more, that if you use this pathway, it's a great pathway, it's really easy for you to use, and also it forces you to provide this sort of like attribution. We're not there yet. We're not, I don't know how close we are to there, but I think that is where we can make it both easy for people to use this, which I'm happy if people are using the information, but also there's something about respect to all the people who have made it and making the movement sustainable that I think is super important.
Jean-Philippe, would you like to comment on that, this idea of an attribution protocol?
Yeah, it would be cool. We are very aligned with this policy. Everything we designed 20 years ago around our openness spirit, plus the APIs, was leveraging the fact that at this time we use a kind of CC BY license. We would like to be attributed when someone, a researcher or an application, is reusing our digital collections. But as we saw now, we shifted from someone behind a computer using a script, downloading 100,000 books. It used to be okay, to a new digital mediation entities, downloading everything. And it can be also considering European or national regulation about database copyright. Now some of them, at least within the European National Libraries network, are thinking. Some of them are thinking about saying it's not about only about openness. It's also about the fact that these entities are downloading our database as a whole, which is very new. And technically, it's feasible, and they did it. So it's very new.
So regulation is one angle of attack, and yeah.
Probably regulation acting all together can be very effective, but we're also now thinking about not trials, but saying it can be done again. The fact that some of these entities have harvested everything as a database, not thousands or hundreds of thousands of documents, so everything.
So the scale is significantly different. But so regulation is one angle of attack. We were talking about protocols that are more technical, and we're talking about attribution protocols. Is there another area of protocol prefigurative design that we can think of? Another area? If it's so, attribution is very important. Hilario, can you think of another area of intervention in terms of protocol design that we need to think about?
I think what Chris said is very interesting. As I know, also I asked Creative Commons, and it was interesting. I said, "What are you doing in this new AI era?" And they told me that they are redesigning partially the Creative Commons, because also they understood that is are not must be updated absolutely. The point is, I don't see another kind of attribution, because honestly, when you make for free, only you can put some limit, but must be accessible, must be free. So it's this is the point. But what we only stressed is really this closing the loop. Okay, in any way to closing the loop, and really to giving back something that can be traffic, can be visibility, and so on. Everything is good. So the way taken by Wikimedia Foundation, I think, is very good approach to this problem.
So yes, collaboration with Creative Commons in thinking about this attribution, redesigning of licenses. Jean-Philippe, on this question of protocols and other areas of prefigurative design for protocols, do you have any other intuitions, ideas to share?
Thinking about a couple of experiments using LLMs, it's very promising. At least when it's fully implemented and with a wise, smart approach, it can be very effective, because LLM and everything around MCP and LLM and everything about MCP, particularly which is called harness, in this layer of engineering software, you can put a lot of expertise, local knowledge. So we think it can be a smart way to let our users to interact directly with our repositories and not being trapped in our portals, platforms, which can be very complex to deal with. So MCP is very promising to us, but again, it's raising a lot of questions. Sustainability. It's less than Wikimedia, but we are facing around 50,000, 80,000 users a day. That's definitely not possible to move from a query by keywords to such AI-based interface with the same infrastructure. It's, as you can see on this slide, it's thousands of tokens for one user interacting with one repository.
So an issue of sustainability in terms of resource consumption. So how to design protocols that allow for light systems in a sense, like not so heavy consumption systems. We still have 5 minutes among us before we turn the microphone to the room. So I asked you about projects that you are currently experimenting. We talked about protocols, but in the next move, what is a project you would like to start that you haven't started yet and that would like to put on the workflow? Yeah.
So I mentioned this before, but it's actually super important that there is this blurring of the line between what's a bot and what's a person online. So if you go on your phone and you ask something and a bot gets that information and it's using your phone's IP address, it looks like you and it's getting the information. We've never actually sat down and had like a real good discussion about how we treat that, right? Is that a bot? Because it's not a person, but it's a human who's asking to get that information, and then their tool that is hosted locally on their device gets that piece of information and gives that to them. What is that? Because it doesn't actually fit the paradigms of which we have existed for a long time, which is like either there's a computer program that's scraping all the site or there's you on your laptop. Those are the only two things that we've sort of dealt with. And now there's this third thing, and it's really a gray area. And I've seen in my conversations with AI companies and other people in sort of like this space that people treat that very differently. There is no common consensus of like what to treat that sort of. It's my phone, it's my device, it's my agent that's run locally, but it visits your site without me seeing your site. How do you treat that? And like that would be a conversation that I would love to have, because that would inform how we would do bot detection, how we would, what would we do with that sort of class. And that is the largest, I have no stats behind this, so don't quote this in some paper, but like, I feel like that's the classification of bots or traffic that is growing the fastest, because so like, I don't know exactly what to do with that. And so like, we'll work that out, but like, I would love that conversation.
And so, if you can imagine this conversation, who would be at the table discussing it? Who would you like to bring to the conversation?
Yeah, I think most of it would be sort of GLAMs and content sites, or sort of the publishers of knowledge, of particularly folks on the GLAM space and Wikipedia who are giving that knowledge out, right? Because if someone asks, what does Wikipedia say about this person's birthday, and their agent on their phone gets that person's birthday and come back, did we serve the mission? Like did it work? Or is that an abuse of our system? And that's still would be figured out. I think AI companies would say, no, of course that's the user, and you shouldn't be charging us traffic for that thing. Like that's probably their answer, because it would cost them less money. But for us, it's like, I don't know what it would be. And I would love to sort of figure that one out.
Jean-Philippe, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, it's a very, very hot topic for us, because we are, as you probably know, we are funded by the state, and the state is asking us to deliver services to our end users. Also, we have metrics. What is a user? So a user is someone dealing with one of our platforms. 3 years ago, we said to the state, okay, we had physical user, but we also have APIs. 200 million calls on one API a year. Now it's part of our mission to report to the state everything. So API calls, physical users, but tomorrow we will have to face this very same issue you are raising. Agentic AI, how to measure this new audience, and the state is funding us on results in terms of physical visit on our reading rooms, and digital users as a whole.
So So a question we can bring with us for the next weeks and months is how to, it's a conceptual work at the same time as a technical and metric building work, how to conceptualize this very hybrid category of users who come equipped to the websites, to the resource websites. Okay, so we'll keep these questions. I would like now to ask our audience if they have any comments, questions, remarks. It's yes, the conversation is open. Is there a mic that is circulating?
Yes, thank you. My name is Bernard. I'm from the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. And besides CLAM institutions, I want to point out that there are more than 11,000 active MediaWiki installations on the web for all sorts of purposes, and we have the same problem that a foundation does on a smaller scale usually, but we have the same problem. And I just wanted to point out also for future reference, on MediaWiki.org there's a page in the manual namespace called Handling Web Crawlers, where we address the issue, and we are happy to discuss it with the foundation and you know, with all MediaWiki users. How can we detect problems? How can we keep our MediaWiki instances alive and out there? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's another person here.
It's actually kind of on the same topic. I'm the co-founder of Open Food Fact, and we are facing the very same issue in terms of bots. And I've understood this question about openness in methodology versus some confidentiality to avoid it being dismantled by. But I was wondering, so how is there like a way it could be available for other common projects? Even as a service, I don't know, because basically we have one person to handle with all of that, and it's we're trying our best, but it's hard.
Would you like to? Oh, there's a follow-up here. Yeah. Okay.
I was waiting to see where it was going. So even to build on that, for years we've been building a stack that is a bit unique because it's the biggest, one of the biggest assets on the web, on the internet, and we are keeping it to ourselves, whether it's for free or not for free. And here you are working really hard, and you're lacking the resources and knowledge to make the best anti-web crawler or anti-engine detection thing. Why don't you productize it and then allow the MediaWiki stakeholder to deploy it by themselves on their infrastructure, but then allow other projects to pay a fee so that you run it for them. And magic, then you get a bit of money and you get a bit of expertise and so on. So again, big stack, we have a big asset, let's productize it and make things.
Would you like to write, Chris?
Yeah, I would love that. I actually would love to talk with all of you afterwards about, like, at least if nothing else, I'd actually love to have a call of all the people who are having this problem, because I feel like we're all in the same spot, sort of like individually coming up. I will admit I felt a bit lonely when we were trying to figure out this thing, because it's like, okay, now you have to detect bots on one of the world's largest websites, and this isn't a skill set of which we can, like, you know, go to some external thing, and so you have to figure it out yourself. Plus you have all the privacy restrictions that we put on ourselves to, like, maintain the safety of users. And, you know, if nothing else, it would be really cool to have like a regular call or something like that where people shared their, like, how we were doing it and like how you were doing it, because like that's what my teams want, is sort of like, where do we hire the expert? You know, like, can someone come in and tell us how to do this? Because right now we're learning it all from first principles, which is like not the most ideal thing. But it's interesting to see other people basically have the same struggle.
So maybe yeah.
Sure. About us selling it or you selling it?
You.
Oh, I mean, I think honestly, I'd prefer to not sell it. I'd prefer to, like, give it. Like,
you can do both.
I mean, sure. I don't deal with the money side. That's Lane. Lane deals with the money side. I spend the money to help everyone else. But I mean, I'd be, you know, especially with like the MediaWiki stakeholders group, right? That's like a group that maintains all these, you know, MediaWikis. It's like I would prefer to just give it. I don't know if Lane's here, so Lane can't say that's a bad idea. But, you know, from my perspective, like I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be cool, like, I wonder if we could just, there's probably a lawyer in here who's going to say this bad idea, but like, it'd be cool to even just give you access to the repo that's private and you can see how we do it. You know, like something like that like we can help out other people in the space. I think that'd be super cool, super cool. I'm not, if there's something else that like we could do as a service, I guess talk to the many people, but I'm not the money people, so I can't give you anything there.
So first start with the ecosystem of allies and build it together, because it needs a federated group of people working on this. And then if it's really successful and other non or less aligned organizations or actors want to pay for it, then it's another thing. But I think it should start with a monthly call on the state of bots, maybe, and sharing expertise and tools and thinking. Another question from the room, yes, here. Oh, here and here and here. Okay, that's 3. Okay, let's.
I am involved with a web commercial website, and we had to block every AI crawler because it was bringing our website down. But now the problem that we have is that we're blocked from every AI crawler, so we're not discovered anymore by anyone who's using it. And in the long run, people will use more and more AI agent like that, and less regular website visits. So say that you have a magic wand and you can block every AI crawler tomorrow. How will you manage the fact that you're not browsed anymore by those crawlers?
Jean-Philippe, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, it's a risk. We don't know yet. We are planning to maybe block some of these AI crawlers, but we're also aware of the risk you are mentioning. Yeah, but particularly for Google, considering the monopoly position Google is. Yeah.
Would they care if they're blocked, or they don't care at all?
It's it's very complex situation. But it's really a risk. Yeah.
Would you like to comment on that, or we can take another question?
Oh, sure. So for us, because the Wikimedia projects are so amazing, they've actually, when we have sort of started to put in blocks, that's where they come to the table, and that's where they talk to like the enterprise team to do that kind of stuff. But this is a unique position of which there's not many people sitting in that position, and I think there's a real risk. Like the things that I see in the sort of the space that I in is like a lot of people now are talking about sort of SEO, but in terms of AI, as in like your visibility to AI answers. So when someone says like, who's the experts on X, what are the names that appear, or what are the best companies to work with what companies appear, and that kind of stuff. And so there's this, I think there's a real risk where people are like, I don't want you to abuse the system, but also I kind of see where this is going, and I want to make sure that like I'm there. And I mean, that's a super sort of difficult path to walk that like luckily I don't think we've had to like do that so much. People tend to get Wikipedia through a huge variety of means.
I'm talking about that as when I was looking at like structured data sets that were put on Hugging Face like a year and a half ago maybe, I was very interested in how there was again prefigurative design of icons, what it could look like if you integrated attribution in your user interface. So I like this idea of giving the means to attribute, not wait for them to design the mechanism to link back, but offering the mechanisms already. Okay, we have another question here and here.
My question is mainly for Jean-Philippe, GLAM related. We just saw the dynamics coming up like, hey, let's work together, let's share resources. And I'm wondering if you at the BNF, but maybe also more broadly, also work together with, for instance, other French GLAM institutions or with Europeana level type of discussions, both in the area of indeed how to deal with the various levels of bots that you're facing as an institution, but also what you just presented, which I found really interesting. I also work in the GLAM sector, the kind of services you offer to to your employees, to the clients of the website, whether you intend to share efforts in that area, because that's maybe also something when you say sustainability, that may be a way to go. So my question is, are there collaborations going on, or do you have the resources to do that?
Yes, sure. Librarians are well known to talk to each other. We designed a couple of protocols during the last decades. So yeah, to answer very quickly, we are working at the European level with, particularly with European initiative. We are also part of Confederation of European National Libraries. At IFLA, IFLA is also a space where all librarians are sharing the very same concerns and challenges. Yeah.
Thank you. Have a question here.
It's on the topic of sustainability. I mean, in my life, I spent a lot of time in archives, okay, as a user, inexperienced user, going around fetching documents and asking if I could have copies, and I had a card, and I paid the copies 10 or 20 cents. That was covering the cost of a thing. It didn't look very strange to me to have to pay for the copies. Now, with the technology, the fact that we can get easily the copies is great. So they don't cost much, so they are offered for free. But search, is a cost for a library. I personally don't feel like it's absurd to have a subscription to the library that pays for the tokens you're using. It's not entirely crazy until the tokens become so cheap that the library can offer them for free. But I used to pay actual people to do the search for me because they were more experienced than me. It would take much less. I don't see anything bad at saying, hey, library, you're offering me an exceptional tool that has been used and trained by some employees inside of the library, as I was asking when I was a kid to the employee of the library. It was lovely with me saying, let me teach you how to search this document by looking at the inventory or something like that. This is the same thing. It's just a different technology to do that. In my opinion, it's when we wouldn't do anything bad if we told them, listen, we put a lot of work in that. For that part, you have to pay. For the rest, we are giving it for free, and it's a huge amount of work we already did for you. But for the final part, okay, pay a subscription, get some tokens. I don't feel it's totally crazy. Maybe unpopular.
Mm-hmm. So there's value on the expertise that was built. There's also the cost in terms of resource of computation and access. Ilario, on this question of loops, reciprocity loops, do you have any comment?
I don't know how to start. I've spoken with Noor Fadel. He's managing the supercomputing. It's a really huge problem about how much cost running AI. And really how much resources you use. I am in favor to use some kind of token because you demonstrate that you are using these resources for something useful, not only for spending time. And it's like putting some barrier to say, I need that, for me it's important to use instead of experimenting, running, and so on, because every time is a lot of energy, water, so on and so on and so on and so on. He gave me some numbers I didn't believe, honestly. He said me how much can cost a supercomputing of Lugano and the system. In this case, for instance, they approached very well in the sense that the water used to heating the very good, but honestly, this will be a big problem in future.
So we're talking about tokens, and we were talking about categories, designing categories, and I think that a common point here is thinking about designing units of value units, in terms of, because there's metric, there's categorization, there's token. Like, to me, there's a common thing there in terms of how we design value and units of value and flows of value. We are at the end of the session already. I would like to invite you to continue this conversation and experimentation with us. Oh, it's not online. There's a last slide that I just uploaded on the slide. If someone from the room can help me. I just put a QR code on, but I don't see it. Oh, yes. No, it's not here. It's supposed to be after this one. Okay. It's not up there. Yes, okay, it's here. So we did an unconference project with my colleague Andres to build a little survey in a way to continue this conversation about actions you're currently doing, priorities, and it's a test. So we are inviting you to test it, and I would like to give the mic to Andres to present us this little survey tool.
Hello everyone. For some mysterious reason, you are on that side and I am on this side. I just switched. All these questions that have been asked are an invitation to continue the conversation, and with this little tool that is very experimental, we are trying to add some visibility on you as individuals, on your ongoing projects, on your priorities, so to build an aggregated, an integrated picture of how this movement is moving. What are the aspects that pop up? What are the priorities? What are the intentions? And what are the different approaches somehow? Also when it comes to taking decisions, because ultimately I sense that the real challenge is taking decisions together in a way that all voices are taken into consideration, and that these decisions represent the willing of a big group. So we are putting this together in these days. It is very fluid as a survey tool, so you can give feedback on the questions, on how the questions are phrased, and it is conceived as a tool that gives a real-time picture. So you are invited to come again, to discover different kind of question tracks, update your preferences while all these discussions continue. And my conjecture is that although this is a very complex system, there is a notion of convergence that works, and it's practical. And it will converge to the willing of a big group. In some circumstances, consensus in the sense of uniform agreement is required, but it's definitely not necessary for, in my opinion, most of the practical decisions. So I invite you to scan, to be patient, and to be open to errors and misphrasings, and take that as an opportunity to contribute, to give your perspective, and to keep this alive as it develops. Thank you, Natalie.
Thank you, Andres. Thank you to our panelists and to you in the audience, and let's keep the conversation going.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sherry. I am a product manager on the reader teams. With me are Jazz and Eliza. And yeah, we wanted to say thanks for joining our session. A quick heads up before we start. This is gonna be a working session, not just a talk. So you'll get hands-on experience with a prototype and be able to provide input to our research team. We're here to talk about, can cats see in the dark? So both that question specifically, but also more broadly, how we see building out natural language search as a foundational functionality for improving information retrieval and ultimately helping us defend open knowledge. Well, a little context first. As you've heard, Wikipedia page views have been declining year over year, despite how fast the internet is growing. So we're down 8% from the previous year, which means fewer humans are coming directly to Wikipedia for information. 78% of sessions now start on an external search engine, with 90% of those coming from Google. Under 2% of our page views come from search inside Wikipedia. And today, only roughly 4 to 7% of on-wiki searches are natural language, meaning they're entered the way that you would speak a question, rather than, say, a search for like an article title. We know a lot of our readers might use a search engine or even chatbot to find an article, then think of the next thing they want to know, and bounce back to their search engine or chatbot, especially if they formed their query in a natural language search. Next slide, please. Thank you. About 56% of on-wiki searches are short keyword searches, and our search is tuned exactly for those. However, expectations are shifting. People arrive with habits that they're forming with Google and AI chatbots, so full questions describing what they want, like biggest city in South America, or why did the Roman Empire fail? And that descriptive question-style search is where on-wiki search underperforms today. The gap isn't that our search is broken, it's that reader expectations are moving readers off wiki. So that gap is what semantic search is meant to close. You can see here that we have the same intent, but two very different experiences comparing wiki search versus external search. So on the left, the keyword search that we have now, and on the right, what it feels like when search actually understands what you meant. This difference is what the Semantic Search Initiative wants to bridge, and what the inclusion of semantic search as a foundational technology for us can offer. So I just mentioned semantic search, and I want to define it plainly. Semantic search is a search retrieval method that tries to match the meaning of what you enter in the search box instead of just matching keywords. It handles questions and other natural language queries, and it can point you to the specific part of an article that answers you, so you don't have to go fishing for the relevant excerpt after you land on the article. Also, to clarify one thing, it does not generate text. Everything you'll see in this prototype, in this presentation, remains human-authored Wikipedia content. And with that, I will turn it over to Jazz.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jazz, and I'm a principal product manager on the mobile apps team, but also sometimes work on other things like semantic search. So as Sherry just mentioned, with semantic search, sorry, next slide, okay. She kind of explained the problem and the technology that we've chosen to address it. So I want to take you through an experiment that we ran on the mobile apps, specifically Android, to validate our hypothesis that semantic search could improve the search experience for intent-based queries. The experiment was 14 days on the Android app across 4 wikis: English, French, fitting for where we are, Portuguese, and Greek. About 372,000 users participated in generating 3.6 million search sessions in an ABC test. We showed semantic and lexical, which is keyword, the search you're used to on Wikipedia. side by side for every query. That was deliberate. It was so that we could measure and compare, since this was a MVP or kind of like start of a concept for us in proving out our theory. The design for this experiment was not a proposal for what a final version should look like, so keep that in mind. This is what readers actually saw. Starting with onboarding to orient users in the experiment groups, a limitation of the experiment to not bring our servers down was that search could only be initiated when someone hit enter or go or search, depending on what kind of Android device you have. Once that happened, Group B would see keyword article results at the top with semantic passages at the bottom. And the C group actually saw the opposite layout, and that was so that we could guard against any like placement bias when we did our analysis. So this is the feature in action. If someone could start the video. Thank you, Magic Wizard upstairs. Onboarding was there with query recommendations. There were satisfaction signals that people could put in to let us know if they felt the results were helpful or not so much. And there was also an option for people to opt out of the experiment. Oh, I don't think it was supposed to go to the next slide quite yet. So this is the experiment. So you'll type in a query, and as I mentioned, a limitation is that you have to hit go. We couldn't launch it on each search, so that's what the person's doing now. They're typing in the query. And then once they hit search at the top, you see normal keyword results, and then at the bottom, you're seeing the semantic results, which has the passages. And then once you click through, it drops you into the section for that passage. I think folks get the gist, right? Yeah.
Could you clarify, is this a limitation of the prototype or a technical limitation that might?
A technical limitation. It'd be very expensive to execute it for each time where you're typing it out. However, we're working through some ways to stay within reasonable spend of donor dollars, but also make it a nice user experience for the average reader. And we're going to talk more about those changes. All right, we can go to the next slide. Great. So here are the results. Results gave us some positive signals. Search engagement rose between 6.9 and 7.9% across all 4 wikis, and overall app retention held steady. The median search engagement was even stronger. It was around 26%. The original goal we set was, on average, for an average search engagement, a goal of 10%. So while consistently positive, it didn't quite clear our 10% target. Next slide. Yeah, great. The other nuance was the lift. It wasn't the same everywhere, actually. English was a 6.5% lift in search engagement, which is, when I'm saying search engagement, I mean the number of sessions as well as how long people are spending within the app once they click through to an article. Portuguese was actually strongest at 15.6%, but keep in mind this is a smaller sample, so directional, but I wouldn't treat it as like a signal on its own. And then French actually was interesting. It came in at 1.7%, which was below our engagement threshold. Our working theory is that French has a coverage gap for certain topics, and we haven't fully diagnosed it, we did get some qualitative feedback by observing folks. And you know, since we're in Paris, if there's any folks that speak French, which obviously many people do, I'd be curious to talk after of like what your hypotheses are and where you might see that there are some coverage gaps on French Wikipedia. Here's a signal I find pretty promising. Readers who came to explore chose semantic on their own. Exploratory queries were about twice as common in the semantic results as in lexical. And for those readers, semantic beat lexical on a satisfaction in all 3 languages we could measure. Nobody nudged them, they self-selected. So in our follow-up work, we'd like to do more around exploratory searchers. So what about query types? Natural language questions where lexical is the weakest, actually scored a 0.97 out of 1 on satisfaction. Paragraph level retrieval, pulling the answer from inside the article, not just a list of titles. Recall on those nearly tripled versus keyword search, as well as an exploration, as I just mentioned. However, when it comes to short keyword lookups, it's still 56% of our traffic, and lexical serves those better. This is the reason we need both methods, both lexical and semantic. So even while the signals are really positive from that experiment, the future work still has to be balanced. Precision is something that we want to pay special attention to, because while semantic surfaces meaning, it can also add loosely related noise, and that comes at like a cognitive cost for users who are looking for something very specific when it comes to like article titles. Discoverability is also something we have to continue to consider as well. Section snippets take readers deeper, but the current design of the cart can read as an endpoint, especially in today when people are used to seeing like AI summaries and not using it as something navigational to go to the next thing, but like this is my answer and that's it. So we want it to be more of a doorway to further discovery. And then trust, you know, Wikipedia's differentiator is human authored content, and yet a large portion of people, based on the design of the experiment, actually thought the human authored content was AI generated, and so we definitely don't want that. There was a label that says sourced from humans, and even then there were people who thought it was generative AI. So that's something that we especially are planning to fix. So rather than just charging ahead because there were some strong signals, we're running another experiment to deliberately close the gaps that I just mentioned. And the biggest one is trust. It's something that we really have to be careful about, because getting it right with urgency and care will set Wikipedia apart from Gen AI chatbots and problematic search engines. Unlocking the ability to direct readers to Wikipedia content based on user intent will create opportunities for a host of other features that have not been previously unlocked beyond search, and even for editors. So as we transition into the demo, the funner part of this, I want to share a quote from a phase 1 participant, so people in the first experiment. It says, "You already vastly outperform AI services by having arguably the greatest repository of information ever assembled in all of human history." That's the whole thesis of this session, helping people navigate through a wealth of information that already exists. And this ability is only technically possible because of the people in this room. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Eliza, who's going to take us through the demo portion. We are transitioning into figuring out how to close those gaps, and you all are going to help us do that.
Hi. So we wanted to actually do this with you. As you know, we've done this experiment, but we haven't gotten to do it like live in person very much. So this should be fun. So for phase 2 designs, we wanted to do something on everybody's favorite topic, which the title of the session is a bit of a hint. But cats. Can you go to the next slide, Sherry? Thank you. So here you can see screenshots of what would happen in the prototype when you search can cats see in the dark. You can see, similar to what Jazz showed earlier, how this brings up both like you can see clearly in beta that you can search within the article, get your answers as word-for-word passages. And then here on the right, you can see highlighted snippets that answer this question from different articles. And then if you want to go deeper, can you go next slide, Sherry? Thank you. Then once you actually click, you can see that it takes you directly into the article in question and highlights the answer relevant to the question you originally asked. So this is an example of a good question to ask in our current scope. Can we go next slide, please? But I'd like for us to all try it together. So if you follow this link or use the QR code, you can get started on the prototype with us, and then I'll give you a few minutes or a few seconds to get to that link before we move on. Okay, cool. Can you go to the next slide, Sherry? Thanks. Oh, sorry. Okay, go back. Sorry. Let me know when you're done. Yeah? Okay, cool. So here are some prompt ideas. We just showed you one that works pretty well. Can cats see in the dark is a good example of where so far this exploration is shining, doing really well. But I'd like you to think about questions that are similar or that you think also might perform well on this prototype. No? We should skip that? Okay, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. So because we were putting this together quickly for this demo, this isn't live. You can't just ask any questions right now. We will get to a prototype where you can do that very quickly. However, you can do these specific 3 queries. And if you could take note as you do these 3 specific queries of what you think went well, what you feel didn't go so well, what's a surprise in a good or a bad way. We're going to have a survey after this for you to provide feedback. So if you could just try these 3 queries.
Sorry, yes. So yeah, let's try the one that we just did on the screenshots version. If you want to first try cats see in the dark, and then cranes, and then RNA DNA. Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. Sure. Okay, here is a QR code or an URL where you can share your thoughts that you had on the search that you did. I'll come back to this in a second too, so if you didn't get it, it's fine. But I wanted to go back to look together at the example of where search shines. You can see here in this example, Can Cats See in the Dark, as you might have noticed when you dove into it yourself, instead of like starting the search right away when somebody clicks go or enter, we would show, okay, below the lexical results immediately. So as I mentioned, it's like a very clearly marked beta bit, but there's still like the find an article affordance. So if for the person, like find would be the right, we're kind of deciding, but if we're in the process of deciding whether find an article is like the right kind of way to frame this. So I'd be curious if that feels like natural, or if you have alternative ideas about like find as the right term. Anyone have thoughts on that? Yeah, please.
I feel like knowing how you normally use Wikipedia, if I were to see this screen with the search at the top, I would assume I can maybe just search by the title of the of an article. Like, I don't think the way it's phrased, I would ask a question the same way I would ask like ChatGPT. I think for me it would be a bit confusing. I would just think I can find the name of the article. I think I would probably write cats and just try to look in the cats article.
Yeah, definitely. Like that's the behavior that I think like Wikipedia users have learned, and so that's one of the reasons why like we're definitely going to continue providing those like lexical results that would come up with an article title. And you're also right that it is something that like we have to kind of prompt people to think about trying to do, like to ask a question or use natural language. Do you want to add anything to that? Sorry.
If anyone has ideas of changes to the design that could encourage the behavior of someone trying a query, like, and I can show you, I also created a prototype of what this could look like. Gray bearded wizard, and then it pull up Gandalf. Like, what would encourage you to try that out? That's what we're here for. We want to know, like, what changes should we make to this in order to encourage that kind of behavior, or for people to know that they can if they want to.
So do you have a way to tell when it's a semantic search and when it's not for now?
So, Jasmine, I was just going to say, yeah, we're kind of not at that stage, right, where the system can decide in between each. So, like, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. No, I was just going to say, so for now, this phase 2 experiment where we're trying to see if we could fill the gaps, the user would be the one to select if they want to use semantic or lexical, right? And so you see here on this side, if someone uses regular search, it's going to pull up keyword results, so the lexical. If someone clicks find on whatever it is that they search for, then they'll see the semantic results. So that's putting the choice in the hands of the user for now. The reason why we're doing it that way instead of having the system choose for you is because I'm trying not to use like technical terms, but the way that we choose which query should choose lexical versus semantic works well for English, and we don't want it to only work well for English. And so this round of experiment will be collecting data for different languages to see what input make sense for us, for the system to kind of decide when to switch to lexical or semantic, or sometimes both, maybe interleave it. So have both showing the results. Does that answer your question?
Yes, but so my thought was, does the find button could change depending of if it's detect it's semantic or not? Maybe it's just search at the start and then it's tell me if it's a question, or it's, I don't know, I don't even know if it's a good idea in a design point of view. Maybe it's more confusing than other, but maybe, yeah, maybe it could change if it detects that it goes semantic.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to get to, is for it to be detected, and hopefully people know that they can even do it, right? This like kind of middle step that we're doing right now is one, to let people know that they can do it, to see if it changes any behavior or not. We'll see. But also for us to understand like when we should change it for different languages that are not just English.
Coming back to your question on how can we make readers aware, the variety of potential questions to ask, with the Gandalf example, I think that is heavily prompted by what you're showing them above there. For example, if it says search within all articles and get your answers, then I probably wouldn't expect that I can also describe something to get an answer. Similarly, I think, like right now, I think one of your earlier screenshots showed some more example searches, which are not visible in this prototype we have tested now. But like the more different your examples are, the more inspired I might get about what to ask. Yeah. One thing I noticed about the results is that I would love some read more or some other prompts to actually go deeper for the readers.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on the read more. And that's helpful feedback for the first. So the original phase 1 screens that you saw, like the designs that were a bit different, that's what we showed the first time for the experiment. And then this is us trying to figure out like those gaps. And so it's helpful to hear that actually the onboarding y'all had in phase 1 was a good thing, because it gives you the idea of what you can do for some sample queries. So I think the thing I'm taking away from that is when we run this next experiment as this middle step, we need to make sure that onboarding is included again.
Just to make one quick follow-up about example questions, I think 3 years ago, community members were wondering why the Cleopatra article got so many page views, and then it turned out it was one of the example prompts from Google's search assistant. Show me the Wikipedia article about Cleopatra. So you might see some side effects which are unintended if you show prompts.
Wouldn't it be possible to have this kind of light grayish wording in the search field, which would say, for example, cats ? Or can cats see in the dark ? So you have, as a user, a very clear idea of what you can enter, just a word or a question. So that kind of directs me to, that I have a choice in the matter.
Yeah, I think it's something we could try again. When we tried it the first time, people ignored it.
Then I had a shitty idea.
No, it's not. We had the same idea. So I guess also my idea was shitty. Like, no.
May I came back to the sourced by human sentence that was ignored by everybody? Mm-hmm. I have the feeling that specific phrasing is not well understood, not understood the same way as written by humans, because LLMs are basically also sourced by humans, but they are rewritten by LLMs. So maybe people understood that the same way. They think that it's sourced by human, but it's rephrased by an AI. So maybe it's the sentence, the sourced word. I don't know. Maybe
That's
you
really
can A/B test that.
Yeah, that's really helpful.
I think one interesting point of this example here is the first one has a citation number to number 58 and the other two don't. And one of the interesting things about this as well is it doesn't surface any of the warning templates or anything like that because it jumps you right down to the specific point of it. And so there's a lot of signals that I think Wikipedia readers are accustomed to be able to judge sort of article quality on the article level versus the Wikipedia as a whole level, that this seems to really hide. And so I'd be interested to hear what you have thought about around trying to surface specific article level quality in delivering these results.
Yeah, it's a great question. On the search page, historically, like if you were to go look right now, there's nothing about article quality on that page. So that would be adding a bit of a new paradigm, not saying in either direction.
But I think when you land on an article, you see any warning papers at the top, right? At the top of an article.
So it depends, right? So let's say you're the majority of people that are coming from Google. And if you click a link that takes you to a section, then you also are jumped down to the section.
I think one other thing it brings up for me is we're also trying to figure out how do we define a good search experience. A lot of the time, traditionally, you might think of it as, you know, somebody clicked on the results, went to the article, that's how we know they found it useful. In these kinds of excerpts, that sort of form factor for results, you might learn what you wanted to learn and bounce, but be satisfied, right? And so we probably historically have leaned on, well, if you click on the results, then you will end up seeing citation needed or the, you know, whatever the reference is, or potentially those warning banners. And it is a good thing for us to kind of think through, if we do think this is a good search experience, and I think we do a decent amount of the time, there are caveats, but like it could be a good search experience, right? Then how do we also design for this being a totally valid form factor going forward and have those signals?
Yeah, I think like so one of the things I'm thinking about as well is like, you know, if you go on web and you search now, sometimes they'll pull up like WikiQuote and other like sister projects. Not all, I know it doesn't pull up comments and so, but if we were to add Wikidata as an example, if it's had something like cat, a domestic animal, and someone saw that as the result, that might be enough for them and they leave. So I think your point is a good one, and it's one that we need to like weigh amongst all these other kind of like user needs. But thanks for bringing it up for us to think about.
I'm wondering, are you in talks with the growth team about adapting this and experiment on the newcomer homepage to help newcomers to find resources on Wiki?
Not presently. So right now we're just thinking about the use of semantic search to help people find like the content to try to address the like such a small amount of people are using on Wiki search. I think once we're able to see if we can have the technology work in this use case, there's so many doors it could open, including things for editors. And so while we haven't had the conversations yet on the details of like what kind of features it unlock for editors, we do know that there's a use case there. We've heard that like MediaWiki, for example, or Meta are hard to, the search is not great for that. Like, what could it look like for it to work over there, or for editor workflows when you're looking for articles that need changes. So I think there's lots of ways this technology can expand to other use cases. I think right now we just are trying to even figure out, can it work for this one first? Does that make sense?
Thanks. I think this is really cool. I like tell me as a button, but I'm also just seeing it as like questions and then answers on the right. But back to kind of this idea that maybe I'll try, if I understand correctly, a little panel with other searches or something like that, and maybe it didn't work. I actually think so much of the web now is like seeing what other people have searched, seeing suggested queries like in Google, or even it reminds me of being in this social session and them saying now what people want to do is watch the video but open up comments because we're also interested what other people are thinking about. So when I see can cats see in the dark, it's kind of easy to imagine getting this descriptive text on the right. But if I think of, for instance, a keyword I'd search for might be type 1 diabetes. I would love to see other popular questions people have asked around that lexical term. And if it was survivability, latest research, I honestly think it would get me really exploring a variety of stuff and introduces a really interesting social element to it.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. I think absolutely we are super interested in that. We're trying to figure out how do we balance giving readers and other users that richness of data that can help inform their understanding of what's capable or what's possible on our platforms, what our services are capable of, and also data privacy, trying to figure out like how do we navigate, making sure that we're not just towing the line, but also fully living into our values privacy-wise. So that is something that we do want to try to solve, and we're kind of unknotting how that would happen.
Okay, before I go to you, there's a question online. Is this accurate, or there are more to how it works, or where can I learn more about the technical aspects?
The project page would be a great start to learn more. Do we have a QR code with that?
I actually don't think, wait, I think it is at the very end, one sec. It's called, the Media Wiki page is called Information Retrieval. Let me just check if it's there. Yeah, this page, hold on.
We can also drop it in the
This page is the QR code that should take you to the information retrieval page that has everything about semantic search. Is it actually? Sorry, okay. Wait, I'll say updated, one sec.
But yeah, if you type in information retrieval on MediaWiki, you'll find it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess my other question would be, is there a way, if this cannot give you a good answer, to prompt the reader to then go elsewhere, find the answer, and come back and edit Wikipedia to provide their answer? Like, how can we use this as a conversion tool where we're not just surfacing the best answer we've got and be done with it, but if we feel like the answer, we can't really answer the question, be able to come back and say, you're going to go research this somewhere else, now come back and add that information to Wikipedia to make it better.
Yeah, I can definitely see a use case for this information is not here, why don't you add it? I don't know about sending people somewhere else that's not Wikipedia, but maybe to one of the tools, editing tools, that helps you through it.
Somewhere they can't just add it.
Yeah. If you can convince other folks that it's okay for us to name other websites, then maybe. But yeah, I definitely see a world in which, like, if it doesn't meet a certain threshold of confidence, that we say, like, this information is limited or it's not here, like, why don't you try adding it?
Some quick question related to the previous one. Is your model capable of also perhaps suggesting results from other wikis? I'm now thinking about, okay, French Wikipedia might not have the article, but English Wikipedia does, and like that could both be for the prompt to translate the article, for example, or write your own one based on the previous one, but also, if you know English, you could still check this out.
Yes. Yeah, that's one of the things we talked about is like, and Pal back there can attest to this, that if there is not something available in a particular language, that we maybe surface like, hey, it is available in this other language, and then there's tools that have been created to help with translation. Perhaps that'll allow us to kind of bring that into the workflow. So, totally.
I have one question and then a follow-up question. Below the answers given, I saw one number giving me the number of citations, I think, for the section in the article, and the other one was contributors. And the contributors are also the number for the people who contributed to the section that I am given, or the whole article? Whole article. Okay. Then a follow-up. We did reader research in Germany, which suggested that especially younger people, I think, I hope I'm not getting this wrong, they do trust Wikipedia a lot. They don't really know why, but they do. And we thought when we talk about how many people contribute to an article, that the level of trust would even increase, and apparently it doesn't. They get confused and they feel like, oh, so many people are working on an article, then yeah. So I wonder if you are doing yourselves a favor putting up that number, and maybe you have other research results. But yeah, the question is just, do you know why you're doing that, and do you know that it's a good thing to do?
So I can tell you why we're doing it. Mm-hmm. Do I know if it's a good thing? Well, you will only know if we test it. So could be a terrible idea, another shit idea. The reason that we're showing the number of contributors and reference on the page was to hopefully provide another signal that this is from Wikipedia and it's not Gen AI. Will it work? I don't know yet, but it's a hypothesis.
And we have done research showing that logged out readers, people less familiar with Wikipedia, do care a lot about these trustworthiness signals. So going from there to the how is really interesting. I'd love to connect more about the research that y'all have done too.
I have a direct or a follow-up with more info about the research that we've done. So we have launched a new version, a new Wikimedia attribution framework, and as part of that, it's to help folks that are seeing Wikipedia content in other contexts know to attribute, and we're adding more signals. And we have done some initial research that when we showed exactly this, like additional signals like number of contributors and references, especially in the search context, AI search context, the trust in the results actually was higher. So I think it does depend on where they're seeing these signals. So I think we should do, again, like Jazz says, more research. But we do have some additional data available.
Thanks, Rita. That was our director of design for readers at the foundation.
To go back to the banners, warning banners that are hidden here in the results, is there a way that this could be used as a signal to the same way that we have the number of contributors and references? Could it display a warning? This article is not sourced enough if there is no enough reference, or there is a conflict on this article actually for now? Is there a way to transform the banners that we are used to some signals on those search results?
Yeah, we can test it. I know that, like, for page notifications within the app, one of the things we do is have because mobile space is so limited, and so you click a caution button and it tells you all the page notices that are associated with. So I could see easily maybe there being some kind of like caution banner or affordance or icon that someone can click, and then it tells them the things that they need to know about it. So something we could test.
Yeah, hello, I'm Bernard from the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group. You are probably already aware of this, but I just wanted to point out again that please do think of wikis, MediaWiki instances that are not Wikipedia, because we sometimes have different problems, right? For example, one obvious one is it seems that in the current search version, Wikipedia has the idea of when you're not logged in, you are a beginner user, and when you're logged in, you're an advanced user, which is perfectly understandable. But that's not always the case in other settings. So as much as you can make customizable from what you offer, that's great, because then I can tune whatever I would like to tune. For example, one very important topic is how do you address namespaces. Namespaces can be very confusing for people who are not so much aware of the Wikipedia world. So yeah, I just wanted to formulate it as a wish. Please do think of search as also something that is a MediaWiki feature that might affect third-party users, and as much as you can make configurable, that would be great for us. Thanks.
Yeah, certainly.
Are there configurations that you, like I'm hearing logged out versus logged in as maybe one dimension. Are there other types of configurations you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned the namespace problem. I think this is a... Yeah, I think the namespace problem is a large one, because, for example, in the current advanced search interface, just regular built-in namespaces are showing up, but people might not be even aware what they are. So it's hard to, you cannot hide them, because of course they are somewhat needed. But maybe you could have something where you can say, really hide those 5 namespaces from all users except from very advanced users, or something like that. So this is one problem. And I also think that the search really also depends on is a lot of stuff found or is not a lot of stuff found, and then you could have very different maybe reactions to this problem, and this, yeah, but there's no universal answer for that. I think having, the MediaWiki interface messages that we have now, being customizable, that's great. So that should stay the same, that we can, call search find or whatever we want to change it, yeah. So this is nice, should stay in there. And especially then configure the question is a user, even if it's a logged in user, even if it's auto-confirmed, could still be a very basic user who has edit rights in our wiki, but we cannot, he's really not very advanced. So maybe to have a user preference setting, things like that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we just have, we just have 5 minutes left. So I just wanted to go back to this survey, like as we've been collecting, hearing all of these helpful thoughts and feedback, we would love if you would be able to give in like a structured way here, if you follow this QR code or that link, because we'd like to hear what stood out to you. Did anything surprise you? Did anything frustrate you? Is there something you think we could improve upon? Because we're really in a stage where, so much could happen, so much could be iterated upon, and your feedback really helps. So, yeah, please follow the link if you don't mind, and let us know.
We'll give you a minute to capture the link so you can, and you don't have to fill out the survey in this moment.
Yeah.
If you want to fill it out a little bit later, that's totally fine. But please do give us feedback, because it's going to shape what the next phase of this experiment looks like. I'll give you a minute. Then to close this out, want to give you an idea of what would come next. So as far as what would come next, once we do this experiment where we have like the prominent button and we could change it based on your feedback of if find doesn't make sense or whatever, like the user preference of how they access semantic search. We'll use the data to help us understand what are good parameters for non-English languages for when semantic search should show. And that is like query routing, that's what that's called, what I just explained, and with some ranking. The other thing we want to do is, support and scale on both web and in the apps section jump. So if people see that the information that they're looking for is in a particular section, like make that available to all readers to go directly to the section for the relevant content. Obviously, we'll still have like titles for if lexical makes most sense, and then they'll go to the top of the article. And then the last here is we won't really be doing anything until we make sure we nail the understanding that the content is coming from Wikipedia and it is not generative AI. So when we figure out like what that proper design looks like, that's when we can make this available on web and the apps. And like I said, who knows what this could unlock features for editors, and so we definitely would be coming back to have discussions about how can we use this technology in those use cases. It'll probably be one of the editing teams that do that, but it's still having that discussion. And then I'd be interested, and this is me, the individual right now speaking, not all of WMF making promises, but I'd like to also get into a space where we would be able to allow people to type in, again, the bearded, gray-haired wizard, and then not only do they get the results across articles for Gandalf, but they'd maybe also see the Wikidata item, and they also see like the related comments and images. So, yeah, I think that's about it. If you'd like to stay in touch after this, there's the MediaWiki page, or my email is jtanner@wikimedia.org. Feel free to reach out anytime.